This tape is going to be a summary of our experiences in trying to locate some of the collateral relatives and check up on the background of the Norwegian ancestry in and around Lærdal. Our first activities in that respect after we got to Norway were on Tuesday, the 23rd of June, which happened to be Midsummer Night in Norway. And that afternoon, we went to a church in a little town which is probably about 7 or 8 miles south of Lærdal on Highway 60. The name of the town is Tanjum, T-O-N-J-U-M, pronounced Tanjum. And we went there because some of the records that had been supplied to us by Harry Seidel, who in turn had gotten them from Aunt Ida, who in turn had gotten them from some correspondent over here in Norway, led us to believe that this little town of Tanjum was pretty much the center of the area from which both Grandma and Grandpa Everson had come. Well, we first noticed a church, not a real old one, but still constructed along the general Stab church lines, although it was not of log construction, it was of modern wood construction, surrounded by a cemetery. So on Tuesday afternoon we went there. I believe it was Tuesday morning actually that we went there first and looked around amongst the gravestones in the cemetery to see whether there were any names that were similar to those that appeared on the census records in the genealogy that we'd gotten from Harry Seidel. We did find a number of names that were rather similar. There were Ivar Ingebrigtsens and Ingebrigt Ivarssons and other names that were similar to those that we'd seen in the family tree. The cemetery itself went back, that is, the people that were buried in it, the earliest that we found were people that were born in early 1800s and died maybe after about 1860. We didn't find any graves that preceded 1860 and dating on the tombstones. But anyway, there were evidences of names somewhat similar to those that we had in our records. Anything in the way of similarity of names in Norway has to be discounted to some extent because until comparatively recently, no surnames were used. So Ivar Ingebrigtsen would be not necessarily an Ingebrigtsen as we know them in America, nor would Ingebrigt Ivarsson necessarily be an Ivarsson. It just meant that he was a son of Ivar. And of course it can be very confusing to try to trace ancestry with that type of naming. Some of the tombstones we noticed began to use what was the equivalent of a surname, that is the place from which they came. For instance, if they came from Tanjum, why it would be Ivar Ingebrigtsen Tanjum or Kari Ingebrigt's daughter Tanjum. And there are a number of other localities that were used indicative of which particular Ingebrigt Ivarsson or Ivar Ingebrigtsen or Kari Ivar's daughter we might be thinking of. Well, we had just about completed our inventory of the tombstones in the cemetery when Grace began to talk to a young lady who apparently came from a house that was immediately adjacent to the cemetery. And in her conversation, let her know generally what our reason for looking around the cemetery was. She understood enough English to be able to get the idea all right. And she indicated to Grace that there were some people buried there who she thought had names similar to those that we were interested in, or who might have been collateral relatives of ours. About the same time, her father put in an appearance, and he was a man probably about 60 years old, or a little older than that probably, and couldn't speak very good English. He could speak some, and he could understand some, and he obviously was in a position because of his age to know more about the background that we were interested in than his much younger daughter. So after some conversation with him, which did not produce any information from him as to his personal acquaintanceship with anyone that might have been related to us or might be still living in the vicinity who was related to us, we did get from him the suggestion that we should contact a man by the name of Johann Friedenlund, which he spelt for us, FrYdenlund. And he gave us rather detailed instructions as to how to reach Johann Friedenlund's place, which he said was about 4 kilometers from the cemetery that we were at. So we followed his instructions, drove along a very narrow one-way dirt road for some distance, mostly towards the south, and in general paralleling the Lerdal River, which in turn parallels road number 60, until we came to the place where he had indicated Johann Friedenlund lived. It was raining a little bit, and Bob and I elected to make the expedition by ourselves to where Friedenlund lived, since it was apparently some distance off of the road, and we always waited in the car to see whether we were able to establish a worthwhile contact. Well, we went through one farmer's yard and down across a little stream on a pretty rickety little suspension bridge, which, however, managed to hold up under our weight, and then followed the other bank of the little stream. This was not the Lerdal River, but a little mountain brook that was tributary to it and which ultimately flowed into it, and got to a little cabin in which there weren't many signs of life, but we rapped at the door, and a rather elderly woman came and answered the door. We told her that we were looking for Johann Friedenlund, and she said that she was his wife, but that Johann had gone to western Norway on business a day or two before, and that she didn't know when he would be back. She wondered if we could come back again to see whether he had returned a day or two later. We outlined to her in a general way the reason for our wanting to contact him, and she told us that she talked English quite well because she had been born in America, and that Johann Friedenlund had emigrated to America, met her over there, and they were married in America, and that he decided he wanted to come back to Norway, so they both came back to Norway 30 or 40 years ago and have been living here in this rather isolated and not too commodious cabin ever since. She did speak English very well, was obviously a very intelligent person, and she told us that she herself had come from this area. So I mentioned to her the names that we were interested in, such as Halsteinson and Ingebretson and Everson and so on. And she indicated that she was familiar with people with names of that character, and while again she had no specific personal recollection, she thought that her husband might be able to throw some considerable light on our search if we were able to meet him. Well, we told her that we were only going to be in Laredale for 2 more days, and thought that we would probably try to come back on the last day of our stay here to see if he had returned. So with that, we bade her goodbye and returned to the car and went back to our explorations around Laredale. We didn't do much more that day because, as it has already been indicated on another roll, that was Midsummer Night in Laredale, and we've already described to some extent our activities that night. So we really did nothing further on the day that I'm talking about, Tuesday the 23rd. We had planned to take a fjord trip by ferry from Laredale through the narrow fjord to Gudvangen on the following day, and woke up with a full intention in mind of doing so. However, it was raining so heavily, and the day looked so ominous and gloomy, and so definitely committed to rain for the balance of the day, that we decided quite spontaneously that we would postpone our fjord trip until the following day and just do whatever we happened to think suited us on the rest of this day, Wednesday the 24th, mostly rest and sleep and catch up on writing and reading and anything that we wanted to do. Amongst other things, I had made arrangements the day before to have the car washed, since these dirt roads in Norway produce a lot of splashing mud. And I had arranged with the filling station down near the dock to do it while we were on this fjord trip, so that it would be washed and cleaned for us on our return early in the evening of that day. However, since we were canceling our fjord trip, we obviously would like to use the car. So I drove down to tell this filling station operator that we would like to change our appointment until the following day, and he very readily acquiesced in doing so. I did this by myself. Everybody else had returned to our rooms in the hotel after breakfast, and without any particular reason or motive, I just thought I would drive back and sort of retrace our trip into Laredale, which had taken us past the Borgland Church and down through this town of Tanyam, just to see how it looked in going from the other direction, and particularly to see how it looked in the rain. It was a very interesting drive, all by myself, because the fjords have a peculiar beauty that comes out only in rainy weather, when the clouds are hanging low, some of the clouds almost touching the ground, and of course hanging down in these tremendous chasms or gorges and ravines, and girdling the tops of the higher ridges, and with the rain beating down besides. It's quite a scene. A little bit gloomy, but very impressive. So I was enjoying it, and I drove maybe as much as 12, 15 miles back, retracing our steps or our travels on Highway 60. And finally, after going about 12, 15 miles in that direction, turned around and started back. When I was probably about 3 or 4 miles south of this little town of Tanyam, I noticed an elderly gentleman walking along the road in the rain in the same direction that I was going. I was driving quite slowly, first of all, because the roads require that kind of driving, And secondly, because you get much better chance to enjoy the scenery if you're driving slowly. So as I approached him, I thought to myself, well, here's a poor old Norwegian who is walking along there in the lane, didn't even have a raincoat or an umbrella. He was toughing it out, so to speak, walking quite briskly, and in the direction that I was going. So I thought I'll break my almost universal rule against picking up anybody. I've done that quite hard-heartedly now for many years, decided that this hazard of picking up hitchhikers when you were alone particularly was too great. But in this instance, I decided for no reason at all to break this rather hard and fast rule that I've maintained so long, so I pulled up alongside him and asked him in English if he would like to have a ride. At first he didn't seem to understand me too well, but finally by a combination of English and gesture, reached an understanding with him that I was offering him a ride, and he seemed to be pleased and surprised that I was doing so, and came around, got into the car, and sat down, and I inquired as to where he was going, and he indicated down the road in the direction in which I was proceeding, and finally it developed that he could talk fairly good English, not more of a British dialect, of course, like so many of these Norwegians, and they don't always understand our English so well. But he got used to mine, and I got used to his. He was a man, as it developed, about 81 years old. He had a rather pronounced affliction of paralysis agitans, which affected his hands and to some extent the movement of his head, and even to some extent his speech, although he spoke very intelligently and is obviously very clear-minded after you got talking to him a bit. So we drove along, taking him on his way to his home, which was probably a mile or so beyond the point at which I had picked him up. And when he indicated to me where he lived, why, he was going to have me stop and get out on the roadway, but I decided to take him right up to his door since it was raining rather heavily, and I did take him up. He lived in a white house, and he had to go up maybe about 75 or 100 feet elevation, rather steep, to get him to his back door, where I stopped and prepared to let him out and turn him around, and turn around and go back. Well, up to that time, we hadn't been talking much except generalities, that I was an American from the United States, and that we were making a tour of Europe, spending some time in Norway. But when I was about to part with him, I asked him his name, and his name was Friedenland, which indicated some relationship, at least, with the Friedenland that we were looking for. Well, to make a long story short, I found out in this conversation that he was the elder brother of the man that we had been directed to the day before. His name is Mons, M-O-N-S, Andersen, A-N-D-E-R-S-E-N, Friedenlund, F-R-Y-D-E-N-L-U-N-D. And I mentioned to him after I got his name that we were had been directed to his brother the day before, in the hope that he might be able to throw some light on some of our Norwegian ancestry and collateral relatives. And so I mentioned to him the names of those that we were interested in, told him first of all about my grandmother, who had come from Norway and whose name had been, so far as we could tell, Ingebjorg Haustinsson, a daughter of, or rather Holstein's daughter, to give it the correct Norwegian turn, and that she was a daughter of Holstein Holsteinson. Well, his face lit up quite obviously, and he said, I certainly know the Holsteinsons. In fact, we're related. He said, we may be cousins after all, or words to that effect. So, with that encouragement, I got out our little photostated records, which I happened to have with me, or at least I had some of them with me in the car, and unrolled them for him to look at, and he was obviously very familiar with the names that were listed in them so far as Grandma's family was concerned. He told me who his mother was and who his father and grandfather and grandmother on both sides of the family were. And I've made notations of them, which we have in writing, and which I will probably, at the end of this roll, incorporate in the records so that they'll be on this tape as well as written down for future possible reference. And it developed that we have common ancestors. I won't attempt to outline the degree of relationship because I'm not sure of it myself, but I would say that we're probably about the fifth or sixth cousin of his in collateral relationship. But he was very familiar with family. The common ancestor that we both looked back to was a Holstein Olson, spelled O-L-S-O-N, Havershad, which is spelled H-A-V-E-R-S-H-A-D. He was not born in this immediate locality, but he came to this locality in about 1780, according to our friend Mons, from a little place called Vang, V-A-N-G, in an area which is a neighboring area called Valdres, V-A-L-D-R-E-S. He came from that locality and settled here near Tanyam in around 1780. His wife was named Ingeborg Guldbrand's daughter, G-U-L-D-B-R-A-N-D-S daughter. These common ancestors of ours had a number of children, 5, I believe, in all, one of who was named Holstein, after his father, Holstein Holsteinson. Holstein, subsequently, about 1837, married a Guri, G-U-R-I, Old's daughter, O-L-D-S-D-A-T-T-E-R, whose line of descent we have someplace in our records, in which I'll try to incorporate later on. But anyway, Holstein Holsteinson and Guri Old's daughter were the parents of, amongst others, Ingeborg, our grandmother. So she would have been correctly Ingeborg Holstein's daughter. She had 2 brothers. One of them was named Ole. The other's name I don't have in mind at the moment, but my newly found friend and relative, Mons Anderson Friedenlund, well remembered the family tradition or knowledge that these 3 children had gone to America. And while he didn't know them personally, being a collateral relative, he was fully familiar with the fact that they were the children of Holstein Holsteinson and Guri Old's daughter, and that they had emigrated to America sometime probably about the time that he was born or shortly before he was born, since he was 81 years old. Anyway, he was very well aware of the identity of these people that had gone to America. and also, of course, was familiar with the activities of their relatives who had remained here in Norway. Well, he told me that great-great-grandfather Haustin Olsen Habershad, when he came from Bang in Balders in around 1780, had started a grist mill for the purpose of grinding grain down near Tanyam, and that he and his descendants had continued to operate that mill. That Haustin Haustinson, who would have been my great-grandfather, had operated it, and in fact, he said, "Would you like to see the place where the mill is or was and where they lived?" So I said I'd be delighted to, if he would be willing to accompany me. Well, he was more than willing to show me the way, in spite of the fact that it was raining quite heavily and that he didn't have any raincoat on. He went in, checked with his wife, told her that he was going to go with me to the place where these people had lived, and that he would be gone with me on that mission. He came out and said, "My wife insists that I must change my trousers and put on some better trousers." Since he'd been walking in the rain, he was dressed in a pair of slightly disreputable trousers, but I prevailed on him to go back and tell his wife that I didn't care too much about his appearance, and particularly under the climatic conditions, it was going to be perfectly all right with me if he continued to wear the trousers he had been wearing. So he did, and he has more influence with his wife than some of the rest of us have with our wives, because he came out without changing his trousers, and we proceeded on our way to the location that he was going to point out to me, which is probably about 3 miles from his home, back towards Tanyam, on the other side of the Lairdal River, from the side that he lived on, and up into an area that he described as Skampen, Skampen was the way he spelled it. This was where the old original home and the old original grist mill was located. And as we were getting up in there, he told me that they had 2 mills, a big one and a small one. And we went by the one that was the small one, since it was raining quite heavily at that time, and we were just on our way to a little bit more distant destination. I didn't stop to look at it. But we went around quite a labyrinthine trail on a very narrow dirt road, crossed a couple of little mountain streams that were rushing down pretty rapidly, and finally got to a place where we could turn around. And that was difficult to find, incidentally. Down in this little hollow where we were able to turn around, there was an obviously new building of a sort of a prefabricated type, which he told me was used by the Norwegian military for storage of military supplies. Well, it was in quite a secluded area, so obviously if they were storing them there weren't too many people who were going to be aware of their presence, such as German visitors were in the last war or before the last war. Well, anyway, we successfully turned the car around in that location and drove back maybe a quarter of a mile from there to a point where he indicated to me were the locations of the old original home of the Habershads and their descendant, the Haustinsons, and he also showed me the location of the larger mill. Nothing remains of the evidence of the larger mill, except some stones maybe that entered into its construction. That was on a fairly good-sized little mountain creek, which was used, of course, for the power to turn the mill wheel. And not very far away from that, within a block of it, was the location of the old buildings, the dwelling places. He said there were 2 of them, a smaller one and a larger one, and there you could quite clearly see the evidences of the construction of these buildings in the foundation stones and some excavations that were present at the place where the homes had been located. They're quite beautifully located on an elevation that's maybe about 300 to 400 feet above the level of the Laresdal River and looks down into this valley. The location is about as high up on the mountain as you can get. There was one higher level that I didn't go up to because it was difficult to get to and it was raining. But generally it was, I would say, around 300 to 400 feet elevation above the river and gave you a very beautiful view down into it as well as a very beautiful view up the valley, which is very much of a chasm and very precipitous. Rises to quite a height on both sides. Well, we went back down the road still further, retracing our steps, and we came to the the small mill, which was a rather dilapidated building, and which we didn't stop at that time because it was raining again very hard, and he just pointed out to me what it was, and I proceeded to take him back to his home, some 3 miles or so from there. During all this time, he was telling me this, that, and the other thing about some of the relatives, and I'm not sure that I got all of it because his English pronunciation was not completely understandable to me, and he did have this little handicap of talking because of his paralysis. However, he did mention to me that the Havershads were very intelligent family, and all of these, that the Halsteinsons were too, that there was now a Havershad who was a collateral relative of ours who had achieved some fame as a Norwegian author, that his own daughter, Kari Friedenlund, had been doing some writing of books, and he told me that last year she had received 10,000 in stipends, as he called it, which is undoubtedly the equivalent of royalties, and that he himself had been doing a little writing, trying to bring up to date some of the history of Laredal and Tanyam and that vicinity, and that while I gathered that his work hadn't been published, that he was still engaged in writing on it, he had some expectation of ultimately having it published. He also said that there was another collateral descendant from this same family, the Havershed family, Arnie Bjorndal, who was collecting and currently engaged in collecting Norwegian folk music and was a composer of some merit himself. There was another girl in the family collateral to our line and a descendant from this Havershad who was an opera singer and lived in Germany. He also mentioned that there was a Dr. Lissness who was a collateral descendant that was living in Minneapolis and was supposed to be operating a medical clinic in that town. Well, those were just a few of the things that he mentioned that I remember and that I think might be worthwhile making a note of on this record. He was very much interested, of course, in what had happened to the 3 children that had gone to America from this family, and I told him what little I knew about Grandma. Then we got around talking about Grandpa Ingebrecht. Well, he didn't remember Ingebrecht personally, and he didn't know with certainty anything about that side of the family. He had the impression that Ingebrecht had probably come from what they call Overwald. That's O-V-R-E, spelled W-O-L-D, or V-O-L-L. It can be spelled either way. It means the same thing. In a location not too far from where Grandma came from, but still a distinctly different locality. But he said he was going to check up with any other sources of information that he could find in the vicinity and see what he could find out about Ingebrecht and let me know. He would write to me, and I told him that when I got back to the States, I would write to him, and he would have my name and address and know how to reach me. So that about ended the contact with Mons. He was really a swell old gentleman and couldn't have been more obliging or cooperative than he was. This will be on the other side of this roll. This is a continuation of my recording of the contact I had with Mons Anderson Friedenlund. I mentioned how obliging he was, and illustrative of that was the fact that as we were driving back from the old home site, the old mill sites, to his home, he suddenly thought of another quite elderly man who was blind that lived in Tanjum, and he thought that he might have some recollection of Ingebrecht. So he volunteered to go in and find out from this blind man if he had any knowledge. So I stopped the car, and he went traipsing into the house some distance from the road, walking in the rain without a raincoat or umbrella or anything. Spent a little time in there and then came back and told me that the blind man did not have any personal recollection of Ingebrecht, but that he did know of a Martha Olsen, or Olsdaughter, I guess to be more correct, who also was apparently a relative of Mons Anderson Friedenlund's, and who I think was probably also a relative of ours, although I didn't get that quite clearly. A maiden lady who lived in Tanjum, and that he thought she might have some knowledge of Ingebrecht and Ingebrecht's people. So he was going to check with her, first of all, to see if she had any information that would help identify his background or where he had come from. So that's the way I left Mons after taking him home from there. He was, of course, impressed with the singular coincidence by which I happened to pick him up and ask him to ride with me in the rain. And he said, "You must have what you call intuition." And I said, "Well, maybe it's a little more than intuition. These things don't just happen purely coincidentally." And he pointed his finger to the sky and he says, "Yes, up there." So he indicated to me quite clearly that he thought it was a sort of a providential thing that I had just happened to be driving along while he was walking along in the rain, and had picked him up, and that we had discovered this common background of relationship. And indeed it was somewhat more than a coincidence in my own opinion too. Well, I of course reported back to Grace and Elmer and Ruth what my discoveries had been. They were getting a little bit concerned about me, I guess, because I had been gone for a couple of hours, and they expected that all I was going to do was to go up to the filling station and make a new arrangement to have the car washed. So, naturally, they were all quite impressed with the coincidence that had taken place and the information that I'd gotten. So, Bob was soon accessible and also, of course, very much impressed with what I'd learned. So we decided to have lunch and then take a trip ourselves back to this same area that I had gone to. It had stopped raining, or at least had diminished raining to some extent. It never quite stops here. You never know whether it's going to rain in 5 minutes or not, but at least the weather conditions were good enough so that we thought we could get back on this same mountain road and retrace the steps that had been outlined to me that morning by Mons. So we did, and of course we took a good deal more time to look the place over then, since it wasn't raining, or at least raining very lightly when we were there. And first of all, we stopped at this little old mill, which was on the smaller of the two streams. It's still in a fairly good state of preservation. In fact, there's some reason to believe that it might have been operated in recent years, not with the water power, but with a belt from a tractor or some other machine that could have been driven up alongside it on the road. It's right smack alongside this little road, and is built over the small mountain rivulet that runs alongside the road and of course runs under the building. The mill itself was not operated with an overshot water wheel, as most water wheels are, where the water comes in on the top of the wheel and the weight of the water falling down produces the turning motion or the power. This was what you could call a horizontal type. The paddle wheel, which was actuated by the stream, is in a horizontal plane at the bottom, and it is coordinated with a flume, which would contain the rushing water that would push the vanes of this wheel around, and that wheel, of course, is at the bottom of a shaft, on the top of which are the millstones, or the millstone which rotates. I don't know whether it's the upper or the nether millstone that rotates, but anyway, the flour is ground out between these two millstones, and that's the way the water is supplied. Well, all of this mechanism was still intact, although not in a state of good repair, and we could see the flume that was diverted from this little mountain stream so that it went to the vanes of the water wheel, and the stones themselves were still in a good state of preservation. In fact, in the same little building was a hand-turned mill that was apparently used for grinding things more roughly, and that was still in such shape that I believe it could have been used. We found some of the implements in there. Grace committed larceny by stealing an old wooden scoop that she found in there, and that obviously had been used somehow in the milling process for the purpose of scooping the grain into the hopper, or maybe scooping the flour out after it was completed, maybe for both uses. Anyway, she stole it, and we have it in the trunk of the car, and unless we're extradited from someplace outside of Norway, we'll probably get it back to the United States as a sort of a memento of the time we located great-great-grandpa's mill or farm. Well, we tried to take some pictures of this interesting little old building. It had a sod roof, and the light was so bad that we doubt very much whether we've gotten anything, but at least we made the effort. We also, of course, went up to the site of the older and larger mill, which was situated on a much larger and much more forceful mountain stream, obviously capable of running a pretty good-sized mill, and also the location of the buildings. We were able again to detect quite clearly the outlines of the foundations of the buildings that had been pointed out to me that morning by Mons, and we took a few pictures of that site too, also with very bad light, but they may turn out well enough so that it'll at least refresh our memory to some extent of these locations. Well, that about sums up our activities of that day. There may be a few other footnotes that will be added later on by Grace and Bob and Elmer and Ruth, all of us went there together to look over this old location, and of course we were all very intrigued by it. This name Skampen, S-K-A-M-P-E-N, seems to loom rather large in Mons' reference to the family. Scampana, you would say. Scampana, very intelligent family, and they have many very intelligent people, very good people, and he was quite lyrical in his estimation of the quality of and the character of these people that were those that I've been talking about. And so we can at least be sure that on our grandmaternal side we came from a line of Norwegians that were quite well regarded in the community in which they lived and who played a rather important part in its development and progress up to the time at least that our grandparents left for America. I'm going to try, when I get some more information from Mons, which I hope to get through correspondence, to put on this record also whatever information he may have been able to obtain about Ingebrecht. He was quite sure that he was going to be able to get some information about Ingebrecht. He referred to him as Ingebrecht always. Almost referred to him as though he knew him, but obviously he didn't. So I'm waiting with some interest the fruits of our correspondence when I get back to the United States and hear from him and he hears from me. He's very interested, of course, in our own family, and I promised to give him in correspondence a little outline of everything that I knew about it, so that if he wants to, he can incorporate this in this writing or volume that he's trying to get out himself about Lærdal and the people in its vicinity and what's happened to them and their descendants. Well, that just about brings this one up to date for the present, so I'll end it here and will not resume it until I get some information about Ingebrecht. Just one little footnote that's already occurred to me. One of the things that mystified us a bit was that on this genealogical record that we got through Harry Seidel, there was a reference, and a constant reference, to Lysnes, spelled Lysnes, as being the place of, or location of, these relatives of grandmothers. So when we got here, of course, I was looking all around to see some Lysnes, something of that name on the maps or some indication of it, and we were completely foiled in our effort to find anything that looked that had that name on it on a map. But I happened to ask the clerk at the hotel at which we're staying here what the explanation of it might be, and he said, oh yes, he said, Lysnes, he said, that's the Danish way of spelling it. It used to be spelled that way when Denmark and Norway were united, but he said now it's spelt the Norwegian way, and he got out a map and showed me that it's spelt what I would say is L-J-O with a line through it, S-N-E-S, pronounced the same way, but spelt so differently that it completely threw us off, that we didn't even see the similarity in the two spellings. But it's the way it's shown on the maps now, and it is just a few miles to the south of Tanyam. It isn't actually a town. It's more of a township as we would know it in the United States, like maybe the township of Morrison or Glenmore. No real village, but just an area that's embodied within this reference of Lysnes. This will briefly cover the events after our arrival at Lærdal and until we took off for Bergen. The 23rd, or we arrived on the 2nd, on the 23rd we went ancestor hunting, and I've covered covered that rather fully on another tape that's devoted entirely to the rather successful hunt for our Norwegian ancestors and collateral relatives. But to provide continuity very briefly, on the 23rd, which was the day after our arrival in Lærdal, we went to the church cemetery in Tanjung, encountered someone who was able to direct us to a person named Johan Frydenlund, some distance away from the cemetery. We were not able to contact him because he was out of town or away on a business trip. And then we returned to Lærdal and very briefly spent the evening, a large part of the evening at least, in watching their traditional Midsummer Eve's celebration at the town common, if I could use that term, a public park at least, in the little village of Lærdal. And I think that's to some extent been covered, just to provide continuity. I'm going over it briefly. The next day was a very rainy day. We'd planned to take the ferry boat trip from Lærdal to Gudvangen, but it was raining so hard that we decided to pass it up for that day and hope for a better day the following day. And the events of this day, which would be the 24th, I've already covered on this separate tape because they were almost entirely devoted to the contact with and checking up on our backgrounds of our Norwegian relatives. So really I'm starting out on the morning of the 25th when we did start for our ferry trip to Gudvangen. Ruth and Elmer didn't accompany us. They felt that between the trip up the Oslo fjord and the trip we were going to take to Bergen the following day, that they'd have about all the fjord viewing and boat travel or water travel that they needed to give them a fair view of Norway's fjords. So Bob and Grace and I departed. I think the ferry left about 9:15 or something of that kind in the morning. We went from Lærdal out through the fjord at which at the head of which it stands. I believe it's called the Lærdal Fjord. And we went across the Sonja Fjord to a little town named Kaupanger, where we changed from the small ferry that we'd boarded at Lærdal to a larger one, named, incidentally, the Gudvangen. And we traveled from Kaupanger after probably a half-hour, 45-minute layover, during which we did a little shopping, and Grace got herself a Norwegian sweater of some kind. We took off from there, and on this other ferry, traveled first across the Sonja Fjord again, and easterly on it a little ways to what's known as Aurlands Fjord. That's spelled Aurlandsfjord, which branches off the Sonja Fjord running to the south. The Ardals Fjord itself is a rather beautiful and somewhat narrower arm of the Sonja Fjord than we'd seen before. One of the interesting things was that we traded traded passengers and freight right near the point of intersection of the Aurlands Fjord with the Sonja Fjord. Our boat stopped, and another boat that had come up from the foot of the Aurlands Fjord, with a town named Flam, F-L-A-M, brought some passengers for us, and we had some passengers for them, and some freight and mail was interchanged as the boats lay alongside of each other. These fjords are very calm so far as disturbed water is concerned, because they're rather narrow bodies of water with very great depths in most of them. But on each side of them, of course, these tremendous cliffs and hills rise up, some instances several thousand feet high. So as a result, while there are winds whistling around there, and rather vagrant winds which seem to come from here and there without much rhyme or reason, it never works up any kind of a sea at all in the inner part of these fjords. So it was entirely practical for these boats to exchange cargo and passengers as they did right out in the middle of the fjord. Well, after we'd done that, we headed further south down Arlandsfjord to the place where the Narrow Fjord, and that's spelled Naeroyfiord. That's the Norwegian spelling of it, and it obviously means in English the narrow fjord, because it is one of the narrowest and reputedly the most scenic of all of the fjord areas in Norway. We certainly weren't disappointed. This fjord branches off to the west, and the Arlandsfjord continues on southeast. And I would say that the Narrow Fjord continues for a distance of maybe 10 miles all by itself, maybe a little longer than that, down to the tip of the fjord at the town of Gudvangen, Gudvangen. Well, we had seen, of course, much spectacular fjord scenery. The Sonja Fjord itself was quite wide at places, and the Arlandsfjord and the Lærdal Fjord were both narrower and with these big, high, craggy cliffs on both sides. But the Narrow Fjord was the ultimate in sheer, high cliffs and waterfalls tumbling over them, and a narrow thread of water constituting the fjord. There were times, I would say, when the fjord itself was not more than 50 yards across at some of the turns in it, and the boat, of course, negotiated them quite readily. The depths of the water apparently followed the lines of the cliffs, and it went down almost sheer from the water's edge. So I'm assuming because it's almost a necessary assumption, that the depth of the water in this narrow fjord was much more than adequate for all navigation. The ferry we were on was a pretty good-sized boat, probably 200 feet long, and I imagine it drew 20 feet of water or so, but there seemed to be no danger of touching bottom, and I'm sure there wasn't. Well, the scenery was really spectacular. I'm not much good at estimating heights, but I would say that there were some of the cliffs that rose up almost sheer, and some of them, in effect, overhanging this fjord, were as high as 2,500 or 3,000 feet, almost straight up in some instances, and then back of them were still higher cliffs in many instances. There were waterfalls, almost numberless. The smaller ones, of course, were popping out every place because it had been quite rainy for some days before, and that always stimulates the waterfall activity. You'll find little waterfalls where there were none before, and big waterfalls where there were smaller ones before, and rather tremendous ones where there were big ones before. So the scenery was just marvelous as we traveled down this fjord. The weather had been fairly cooperative. It hadn't been sunny at any time, and there had been a few little drizzles of rain here and there, but on the whole, the day was comfortable enough. We didn't have to have our raincoats on all the time. And one of the little phenomena that we noticed was when we got about 2 miles from the end of this narrow fjord, approaching Gudvangen, that we were suddenly, not beset, but I would say suddenly enjoyed a headwind, which was coming right out of the foot of this little fjord. A very, very warm wind. It was at least 30 degrees warmer than the wind that we had, or the air that we were in. And it's really quite a little phenomenon, and I suspect that that's maybe why they called the town Gudvangen, which in Norwegian means good wind or fair wind. And this unusual warmth, which we certainly were delighted to have, because it's unusual in Norway, continued all the time until we got down to Gudvangen, and while we were there waiting for the return trip to commence, and until we got about the same point back on our way towards Lærdal again. So it was a rather interesting phenomenon for us to experience, and probably is the reason for the name of the town. Well, the town itself is a little town about the size of Lærdal, probably somewhat smaller than Lærdal actually. And we were there for only a short time. We went ashore and had a little lunch in the restaurant that was near the dock. And I took a little walk down the shore and tried to take a few pictures, although the weather wasn't too cooperative. Probably got some that will stand some scrutiny at least. Grace and Bob remained down on the dock, and one interesting little comment that was made, they started counting waterfalls from where they stood on the dock that could be seen right within the distance they could see. And you don't see too far in those areas because the sheer cliffs rise up all around you. So probably the maximum range of your vision from the dock there at Gudvangen would be something like 3/4 of a mile that you could see in any direction, the longest vista you'd have. And in that distance they saw 13 major waterfalls cascading over and down the sides of these cliffs that bound the fjord. There's a river, a mountain river, that flows into narrow fjord at Gudvangen, a river that's very similar to the one at Lærdal, and presumably would be pretty good fishing for trout or salmon, since they're not so far apart geographically and are very similar in other respects. Well, our layover at Gudvangen was only about a half an hour or so. After we had our lunch, I took this little walk. We got back aboard and headed back to Lærdal. We made a different stop on the way back at a little, really not a town, it's just a little dock area, and I don't even know that it had a name, but it did have a very lovely looking summer hotel there, which I suppose was due to be occupied for a few weeks. It didn't seem to be very lively when we were there. Well, we got back to Lærdal in good time, I guess about 7 o'clock that night, and found Ruth and Elmer waiting for us at the dock with the car, which had been nicely washed, so we again recognized it as an automobile. And we went up to the hotel, had dinner, and I guess that was about it for that day. The next day, which was, I believe, the 26th or 25th, I don't recall the date, but anyway, there was that was the day that we took off for Bergen, and that's already been covered by Ruth in her description of the trip on another tape. So I won't make any comment on that day. She covered us right up to and including our arrival at Bergen, as I recall it. And we stayed there, first of all, at the downtown hotel for, I guess, 2 days, and just kind of roamed around Bergen. Went out to Edvard Grieg. She's covered that, I know. I guess she's covered our excursion to the fish market, and I think she's covered our discovery of the Russian ship, which was a three-masted schooner in there for training, and so on. Well, we weren't able to stay in the downtown hotel beyond 2 days, so we went out to another hotel in the outskirts for the last day. We went out there, I believe, on a Sunday. Let's see, getting mixed. Yes, we went out there on a Sunday, stayed over Sunday night, and then we left Bergen for Oslo on Monday. And I don't think she's covered that day. We were quite well and comfortably taken care of at this new hotel, which actually was a student dormitory, or a building for married students, as I recall it, and during the vacation time, while they used it for tourists. And our accommodations were very pleasant and clean and comfortable. Had a nice view from our windows looking down over Bergen. Well, Sunday, we went to church in the morning at St. Paul's Church, it was, I believe was the name of it. And I guess there were only about 45 people in the church, which is quite a contrast to most of the Catholic churches in Europe. So I thought it'd be a good place to leave Mike Cohn's dollar for the benefit of the church in Norway, and did so. After church, we moved out to our new location and drove around town a little bit, looking over things. As I recall it, we didn't do very much the rest of that day except get ready for our departure the following day, which was Monday. And let's see, I guess we took some walks around town. That was about the extent of it. Went over and looked at the dock area where the Empress of Britain had docked with a large cruise passenger list with it, probably on a moonlight or on a midnight sun cruise or something like that. But we looked that over and also found out where the ship that was going to take Bob to Rotterdam was docked. I think the name of that was the Astrea, as I recall it, Astraea. And generally just kind of loafed around. And then the following day, Monday, of course, we're going to say goodbye to Uncle Robert, so we got our baggage organized for shipment to Southampton. That baggage which we wanted to dispense with because we were no longer going to have a car. So we got that all organized and took it down to the transfer agent, the Bergen Steamship Lines, which were to deliver these 2 bags to the Queen Elizabeth at Southampton well before we were going to sail on the 23rd. So having streamlined our luggage, we were prepared to continue on by train or whatever other means, train and plane, car and so forth, whatever our future transportation might turn out to be. We had a very nice farewell dinner with Uncle Robert down at the Orion Hotel dining room in downtown Bergen. Very nice affair, good food and nice wine and so on. And then he took us over to the depot. We were due to leave by train, I believe at 9:45 for Oslo. So we said goodbye to him there and got aboard the train and pulled out for Oslo quite promptly at the departure time. It was, of course, still daylight and remained daylight until well after 12 o'clock, so the fact that we were leaving at 9:45 didn't deprive us of an opportunity to enjoy the scenery along the railroad track, and it was very spectacular. Some of the best fjord scenery that you would see any place in Norway. The biggest difficulty we had was this. We, of course, had sleeping compartments on the train, and the day was a rather chilly one, so when we got aboard, we noticed that the thermometer on our compartment door read 16 degrees above 0 centigrade, I'm glad to say. But that was only the equivalent, probably, of about 55 degrees Fahrenheit, something in that neighborhood, anyway. So we were rather cool and wanted to get some heat, and we noticed that the compartments seemed to be equipped with regulators for electric heat so that you could turn it to any heat you wanted to. And so I did, but nothing happened. We got no heat, and we continued to be rather chilly even with our coats on. So I got hold of the conductor and asked him how to operate these heating devices, and he went into the compartment and illustrated how it should be done, and I'd already done it, so I wasn't too hopeful of that. But anyway, we waited to see what would happen. Nothing did happen. So since the conductor was quite inaccessible most of the time, and he was the only attendant on the train that we could see, I went down into the vestibule at each end of the car and found out that the master switches had been pulled, shut off, so that there wasn't any electricity connection into the car, heating connection at least. There were lighting connections. They're apparently on separate circuits. So I threw the switches, a little surreptitiously maybe, but as an experiment to see what had happened. Went back into our car and found out that we were beginning to get heat in the aisle out alongside of our compartments, an aisle that runs the whole length of the car on the outside, and then these compartments are at right angles off of the aisle. But still nothing at all was happening in our cabin or in our compartment. At least it gave us a little heat in the aisle for a while, and since we spent a good deal of our time in the aisle on some little jump seats that they have there looking out the window at the scenery, it wasn't too bad for an hour or so. But along about 11 o'clock, I decided we might want to get our compartment heated up so we could go to bed if we wanted to. And I again got hold of the conductor and told him we weren't getting any heat in the cabin or in the compartment. So he went in and looked at it and found the controls were all set for heat, and went out into the vestibule and looked at the switchboard. Didn't seem to know much about it, but finally went and got somebody else, and they both collaborated on it for quite a while. Nothing happened except that in their activities they apparently broke the circuit for the heat in the corridor, and we didn't have any heat there then. But after they fooled around for near an hour, why, nothing was happening, and the next time he came through the car, I asked him if there was going to be any heat, and he said no, that their thing had gone to the bad and there wouldn't be any heat at all. So he said, you've got enough heat anyway. He said, you've got 16 degrees. Or words to that effect. He didn't say it in an unpleasant way, but the implication was that nobody should suffer very much with 16 degrees of heat, and that if we found it uncomfortable, probably the best thing to do would be to go to bed. Well, we eventually did that after the twilight descended to the point where the visibility wasn't too good anymore. So we got to bed, I guess, a little after 12, and by sleeping with our Viola shirts and a few other things on us, we had a pretty comfortable night, and woke up as we were arriving in Oslo the next morning, as I recall it, around 8 or 8:30 in the morning. So we got off the train, got our baggage out onto the depot platform, and caught a taxi for the Ambassador Hotel, at which we arrived, I guess maybe about 9 o'clock or a little after that. Our rooms weren't ready. No, actually what we did was this. Elmer and I went up to the hotel with the baggage, and the girls stayed downtown to do some shopping, as I recall it. But the rooms weren't ready, so we went back downtown and killed some time. Yeah, this is a continuation of the other side of this tape, and left off about the time of our arrival at the Ambassador Hotel and getting into our rooms, which were very lovely as they were before. The only difference was that we had compartments, or rather apartments, that were a floor or two higher. We rested for a while, drank a little beer, as I recall it, and then went out for dinner to a little French restaurant that we had been at on one of our prior stays at the Ambassador. Had a very nice dinner, and got back to the hotel fairly early and went to bed because the next morning we were due to take off from Oslo for London and Dublin by air. So we got ourselves up quite early in the morning, before 7 as I recall it, because our plane was due to leave at around 9:30, and we had to get ourselves out to the airport and check in, and we thought we would have breakfast at the airport as being the simplest means of eating before we left. So we got up and got a cab and got out to the airport in good shape, and went to get ourselves some breakfast, and we were very surprised and rather disappointed at the type of breakfast that was available. We had been out at the same airport for dinner the day we met Bob, and it had a perfectly lovely dinner in a very, very good restaurant, which was maintained there and operated on presumably a 24-hour basis, but we didn't find the restaurant open for breakfast. And we went to what amounted to a little snack bar arrangement that they had, but found that we could get practically nothing that we customarily would like for breakfast. However, we didn't starve to death. We, I guess, had a cup of coffee, and there were about 3 sweet rolls, and Grace got a hard roll with some cheese in it, and that was about the extent of our breakfast. Well, we found out that we were going to be delayed in our departure time by about 15 minutes. The announcement was made that our departure would be delayed 15 minutes, and we were well aware of the reason for it because we knew that Khrushchev had been in Oslo and was scheduled that day to go to Bergen. And sure enough, just about the time that our plane was supposed to take off at 9:30, a big jet took off on another runway, a jet that was not scheduled, of course, and therefore not announced, but which obviously was the one that was carrying Khrushchev and his retinue to Bergen. They had a lot of Secret Service men and others around there, and we were sure it was Khrushchev's plane taking off because as soon as it did take off, they all disappeared and went on about their other business. So we were a little apprehensive about whether this delay would make it difficult for us to make our connections in London. We were going to have to change planes from the Scandinavian air service plane that we're on, a Caravel jet, to a British European Airlines plane at London, and that plane was to take us to Dublin. And as we understood it, we only had 40 minutes layover, so with a 15-minute delay, we were a little apprehensive about going through all the red tape that would be necessary to complete our change of planes at London. However, as we moved along, we found out that our apprehensions were groundless because the arrival time that we'd been given was in Norwegian time, and actually it should have been in Central European time, which meant that we had really an hour and 40 minutes instead of just 40 minutes, and the 15-minute delay caused us no trouble. The flight from Oslo to London was very interesting. It was a pure jet Caravel, and it traveled at close to 500 miles an hour most of the way. We first went to Stavanger, which is on the southwestern coast of Norway, traveling over the highest mountains, or pretty close to the highest mountains in Norway. And we were interested to see that on tops of most of these mountains and in plateau areas there were rather large lakes or reservoirs of water. We had, of course, suspected their existence because of the cascades and waterfalls and mountain torrents that came down the side of these cliffs and mountains, but this verified their existence because we were looking down on them from about 16,000 feet, and it was easy to understand why Norway has an almost infinite untapped water power resource if they ever get around to making effective use of it. The mountains were, of course, also snow-topped in most of the instances, and away far to the north, since the visibility was good, we could see a still higher range or ridge of mountains that were also completely snow-capped. We had a very smooth and a very interesting flight to Stavanger. The sky was just partly overcast, so we had really good visibility of the terrain below us, and it was certainly rugged and beautiful. We landed at Stavanger, stayed there only for a short time, and took off again for London across the North Sea, and we headed fairly directly across the North Sea, I believe, and hit the coast of Scotland, followed the coastline generally down to London, and got there practically on scheduled time, even though we didn't fully make up this 15 minutes, but we weren't very far off of the scheduled arrival time when we got to London. Had a very nice meal en route on board the airliner, and after we landed at London, we had to go through a kind of a bypass for transfer passengers. You didn't have to go through customs, but you had to show your passport and all that stuff, and then wait for your British European Airlines plane to depart. That departed right about on schedule. That was a propeller, it was a turboprop plane, not a pure jet. And we had a very good, and not quite as fast, but a very smooth flight from London to Ireland. Incidentally, the impression you get of London when you come in by air, as we did, was just a tremendous mass of regular streets. I mean, with red-topped houses or buildings. In fact, I'd say they're more of a sort of a brownish tile top than red top. But the visibility was good, and we were, of course, impressed by the tremendous area involved in London and its suburbs and these great masses of buildings underneath us. The flight from London to Dublin was, as I said, rather uneventful. We angled up along the west coast of England and over the southwestern part of Wales. We could see the Welsh mountains and valleys below us, and they were very interesting to look down on, picturesque. We saw many fields with a sort of a reddish or pinkish color to them, and we don't know just what causes that yet, but we'll probably find that out when we get to England. We landed at Dublin right about on time, got a taxi to our hotel, which was the Powers Royal Hotel, checked into it, and we're pleased to find that Doc McCarey had arrived maybe a half an hour or so before we did. So after we cleaned ourselves up a bit and got ourselves organized, we got in touch with Doc, and he came down to our rooms, and we poured a convivial drink or two of Irish whiskey, toasting our arrival and meeting in Ireland. Doc had had a rather rough trip because he'd been without sleep for 2 days, or practically without sleep. They don't provide sleeping accommodations on transatlantic planes anymore, although you can relax, and I guess if you wanted to, you could sleep in the chairs that are provided for you, but he lost 5 hours of time coming across the Atlantic, so the net result of it all was, anyway, that he didn't have very much sleep, and he'd left New York after going to the World's Fair there for a day when the temperature was 100 degrees. So he was understandably a bit fagged out, but with the stimulus of a drink or two of Irish whiskey, he revived pretty well, and so did the rest of us, and we went down and had dinner that evening, very nice, pleasant dinner, and then we all went to bed, glad to get there, I guess. Particularly Doc was glad to get there. We had checked up in the interim on our tour, which up till then we hadn't had complete confirmation on, and found that everything was all set and that we were due to start the next day, which was just fine. So the next day we commenced this limousine tour of Ireland. Actually, the first day we remained right in Dublin because there was enough to see in and around Dublin to occupy that first day. We did, however, transfer to another and much better hotel, the Shelburne Hotel in Dublin, where we stayed that day and that night. Not going to go into any detail about our first day in Dublin, except to say that we went to the zoological or botanical gardens. Actually found them very interesting. We went to Trinity College, saw the Book of Kells and the beautiful library building in which it's housed, and generally drove around the city and saw what there was to be seen, O'Connell Street and the statues on it, and various churches and so on. The next morning we started out on our trip through Ireland, and from Dublin we went in a southerly direction, down along not right along the shore, but close to the shore for quite a ways. Saw the Wicklow Mountains or Wicklow Hills, passed through them, and went down into the southerly or southeasterly part of Ireland. Our trip generally was to take us south from Dublin around the south end of Ireland up the west coast over to Galway and a little north of Galway to Oughterard, and then back across the country to Dublin. So that first day we went down through the Wicklow Mountains and got down to the town of Wexford, which is down on the southeast coast of Ireland. We stayed that night at the Talbot Hotel, which by Irish hotel standards was a very good hotel, very comfortable. We had nice rooms. Wexford, amongst other things, is noted as being the birthplace of Commodore John Barry, the founder of the American Navy, and there was a very impressive statue to the Commodore right down on the waterfront, which we passed on our way into town. We spent a very pleasant night at the Wexford Hotel, got out and walked around town quite a bit. Not at the Wexford Hotel, at the Talbot Hotel in Wexford. And in the evening, we had a very interesting little program presented right in the hotel by a group of non-professional Irish dancers and singers and orchestra. It was strictly what you might call home talent entertainment, but it was very interesting and very entertaining, and we all enjoyed it very much. One of the things that impressed all of us, I guess, was the character of architecture of the houses in this town, and this was true in practically all the coastal towns of Ireland, with the possible exception of Dublin. The houses could be taken right out of the Norman Peninsula in France, so far as their architectural lines and construction are concerned. They're all built of stone. They're 2 stories with a sharply gabled roof, no overhang to the eaves, no overhang to the gables. Obviously, these houses were either the result of Norman architectural culture, or maybe the Norman idea went from here to Normandy. I'm not versed enough on the history of the 2 places to know, but obviously one was the inspiration of the other, because they're so alike that the similarity was immediately apparent and very striking. And that's true pretty much throughout all of Ireland, except when you get over in the western areas where you still have the severe lines, but they're not 2 stories. They shrunk down to the 1-story cabin, but they're still built that same way. And of course, in some parts of Ireland, we've found that the thatched roof is still the most usual type of roofing. That's particularly true over in the Galway area. And we saw many thatched roofs in Normandy, although they're becoming obsolete with much more speed than they are in Ireland, I guess. Well, we left Wexford the next morning and went to Waterford, which is some miles further down along the coast towards the southwest, and we spent quite a bit of time at Waterford because that's the place where the famous Irish Waterford glass or crystal is manufactured. We went into a store that was recommended to us by our chauffeur, John Fleming, and purchased quite a bit of this glass for future use. And when I mentioned John Fleming's name, I should say that we were very fortunate in having the chauffeur or driver that we did. We had a very nice 7-passenger limousine, an Austin Princess. Very good car, very large and very comfortable to ride in, and the jump seats even were very comfortable to sit in. Had adequate room for our baggage, and to get back to our driver, John Fleming, he was a regular encyclopedia of Irish geography and history and economics and everything else. Very interesting person, not at all the sort that pushed himself, but when you wanted anything done, he almost always anticipated your desires, and he was always ready with an answer, and oftentimes a very quick and witty answer. So I'm going to leave John, who accompanied us, of course, for the rest of our trip, with the observation that I don't think we could have got a better guide if we'd picked him out ourselves from those that were possibly available. And a very good driver, too, incidentally. He drove at a good, steady, but safe pace, and his timing and judgment was excellent, so we all felt that we could relax with him at the wheel. Well, after we left Waterford, we went on and up into the Kilkenny area to Kilkenny. We had lunch at Kilkenny, and then continued on up to Tipperary. No, we didn't have lunch at Kilkenny. We had lunch at Cahir, Cahir, which actually we didn't stay at Kilkenny. We passed through it, as I recall it, but had lunch at Cahir in a very lovely hotel, which had a beautiful flower garden and a flower exhibit while we were there. And while I was there, since we were then in Tipperary, I inquired a bit about Grandpa Ryan's background. He came from Rossmore in Tipperary, and John took me over to the local police station in Cahir, and we found out from the police that Cahir was, Rossmore was about 6 miles from Cashel, Cashel, where the famed Rock of Cashel was situated. We didn't plan to go up there because it would have meant quite a deviation from our planned itinerary, but I was pleased to find out exactly where it was located, and also was informed that it was quite a small place, and there wouldn't really be very much for us to see if we did go up there. From Cahir, we went on to Cork, which was our destination for that night, and the drive was very interesting. It took us along what's called the Golden Vale of Ireland in Tipperary. We looked down at it from some high mountains, which border its, I believe, southwestern edge of this Golden Valley. Very, very lovely view of Ireland at its best, I would say. Right after that, we stopped off at the Trappist Abbey, Melleray, Melleray Abbey, and spent a little time there looking over the Abbey church and the facilities. Trappists took this place many decades ago and made quite a garden out of it in an area that was quite arid and rocky at the place where this monastery is located, on the side of a big hill or mountain looking down over another valley, not the Golden Valley, but the one to the southwest of it. From there we went on to Cork, stayed overnight at Cork at the Metropole Hotel. Had breakfast there the next morning, and on the 5th of July we started out from Cork to Killarney. Went through Glengariff and around what they call a Ring of Kerry, K-E-R-R-Y, which is a drive that follows the coastline around the southwestern coast of Ireland, and it is just tremendously beautiful. Reminded us very much of the fjords of Norway, particularly of the less spectacular type of fjord. They're beautiful, but not spectacular, because these bays like Kenmare Bay and Dingle Bay and a few others just look for all the world like Norwegian fjords, except that the hills are not quite so steep and precipitous. They look very much like Oslo Fjord did in Norway. And it was a very, very beautiful day, and the weather cooperated. We had some opportunities to take pictures, which I hope will turn out well. And that night we arrived at Killarney, the town of Killarney, and stayed there at the International Hotel. Killarney was a little bit of a disappointment, the town itself, since it was situated a mile or so from the lakes. It was impressed us as being rather dirty, and people as being rather slovenly. It was a Saturday night, and there was a lot of hoop-de-doo going on the streets. There was a carnival in town, and the impression that you got was that there was a lot of more or less irresponsible drinking going on. And you also got, as we've gotten all through Ireland, the impression of a good deal of poverty, because the clothing is not the kind that you would want to wear yourself. And, many people have a rather down-at-the-heels look, and even today don't look to be too well-nourished, some of them. So that part of it was a little bit depressing, but we stayed overnight at the hotel, and the next morning John drove us out along the lakes of Killarney, and we had beautiful views of them. It was raining a bit now and then, but I think we got some pictures that were not too bad in spite of the rain, because it was intermittent, sunshine and rain. And then from Killarney we went over to Galway, went through Adair and through Limerick, had lunch at Limerick, and arrived at Galway probably along about 5 or 6 o'clock that evening. We didn't make any attempt to go beyond Galway that night. Probably the most interesting thing that happened to us when we arrived in Galway was that we went to the bridge over the river Carib, C-O-R-R-I-B. John had been telling us before about the salmon fishing in the river Corrib. In fact, one of his rather aptly descriptive phrases, that there were times that the salmon were so thick in there that you could walk across the river on their backs. Well, we stopped to see whether there were enough of them there so that you could walk across the river on their backs or not. And while the actuality was a little bit short of the description that John had given us, we could look down over the bridge into this rapidly running water of the Carib River, which empties Lake Carib into Galway Bay, and could see scores of beautiful big salmon lying around in there and swimming around in there. We could hardly get Grace away. She was so fascinated by it. But anyway, we had a nice overnight stay at Galway, and woke up to a very rainy day the next morning. It really was howling and blowing and raining pitchforks. And that was the day that we, of course, had hoped to go out to Oughterard in that area and see what we could find out about Grandma Ryan's relatives. We started out and got as far as Oughterard, which is about 20 miles or thereabouts from Galway. Checked up at the post office as to where the little town of Raskattal was, and were informed that it was about 2 miles back along the road that we'd just come out on from Galway. This is about the end of this roll, so I will stop here and we'll resume the account on the roll that follows. Well, this tape will begin with the morning of July the 7th. The last one brought us into the town of Galway on the 6th, where we stayed at the Great Southern Hotel and looked at the salmon in the Carib River. So we had sort of dedicated the 7th to an ancestor hunt, and appropriately enough, since we seemed to find our ancestors and relatives on rainy days, we woke up to find that the morning of July 7th was a beast of a day. It was raining and blowing. A very nasty day. But since that was the only day that would be available for our research, John Fleming came around with a car, picked us up at the Great Southern rather early that morning. And incidentally, the Great Southern Hotel was a very nice hotel. We were a very pleasant room, very well equipped with all of the necessities and conveniences of life, looking out over the town square of Galway, which was a very interesting commons or center of the city. Ruth and Elmer had their room on the other side of the hotel, and they looked out over Galway Bay. They had a very beautiful view of Galway Bay the day that we arrived, which was a nice day, sunny and bright. We had Galway Bay at its best. The following day, of course, the view was considerably obscured by rain and fog and driving wind. But anyway, we took off from the hotel the morning of the 7th and drove from there to Oughterard, Oughterard, which was about 26 miles from Galway in a general northerly direction from Galway. And we got to the town of Oughterard. It was John Fleming's idea that we should inquire at the post office there as to the whereabouts of Roscottle and the other name that we had from Anne Lee Kehoe, Girth na Grue, as we had gotten it from her. So we stopped in, ducked into the post office out of the rain at Oughterard, and had a little conversation with the postmistress. She was a very obliging and helpful lady of middle age who spoke with a rather pronounced Galway brogue, and we inquired of her, or to be more accurate about it, John Fleming inquired of her as to where Roscottle was. And she said Roscottle was a separate post office about 2 or 3 miles back towards Galway on the road that we had come out on. And she told us there was a sign that would show us where the post office was, except that we might not be able to read it because it would be in Gaelic. And John told her that he thought he could decipher it all right, and she said, "Oh, you're Dublin," indicating that she understood from his dialect that he came from Dublin, and she was 100% right, so we kind of laughed a little about that and agreed that John was from Dublin. Anyway, she directed us to Roscottle and told us how the Gaelic name would be spelt. It's spelt Roscathail and pronounced Roscottle. The English, which she told us was also used but not on the sign, would be Roscahill, spelt Rosscahill. But our pronunciation was correct, and apparently Anne had gotten it correctly in the old Gaelic form, Roscottle. So we started back along the rainy road, and after considerably more than 2 or 3 miles, we came to a building on the right side of the road as we were going towards Galway, which had a Gaelic sign on it indicating that it was the post office, Roscottle. That's all there was this post office, which incidentally also housed a little grocery store and living quarters for what turned out to be the postmistress. So John and I again dashed in through the driving rain and got into the little post office and talked to the postmistress, who again was a very obliging middle-aged lady with a pronounced brogue, and we told her we were looking for Garth na Grue. Well, I spelled it for her the way we had it, Gerthnagrue, and she said, "Oh, you mean Garth na Grau?" So she spelled it for me in Gaelic. It was Gorthnagrough. That's the correct Gaelic spelling of it. And we found out that Garth na Grue was another separate little hamlet, so to speak. It was really a separate post office, the name of a separate post office, and one that was immediately adjacent to Roscottle, but still not served out of the same post office. So we also told her that we were looking for an old cottage or house that had been occupied by my grandmother's people. Gave her the names of Lee and Willoughby, and she was somewhat familiar with both names, but didn't know anybody by that name that was living in that immediate vicinity. And I told her that the last information we had was that this old place had been, or was then occupied by a person named Reynolds, and that it had been occupied by someone named Gilman. That immediately pinpointed the location for her. She knew all about the house and knew all about the fact that Reynolds was living in it. There was an elderly man, about 90 years old, who she said was the father, and he was presently in the old folks' home at some other little town. Yes, right in Galway, I guess it was. She called it some hill, Sharp Hill or something like that. That's not exactly right, but anyway, that's where the father was. And the son was employed someplace away from the little hamlet and didn't get back ordinarily until 6 o'clock in the evening, so there would be nobody in the house. However, she described to us just exactly how to reach it. It was on the same road that we were on, actually, but back a little distance towards Oughterard. So we went on to locate it. She described it accurately enough so that we were able to locate it. And we stopped and looked it over. It consisted of basically 2 buildings. One of them was much more modern than the other one, and that was the one that fronted on the road. But that was connected to the old original building, which was a stone cottage of the type that you see all over Galway. I didn't go back to actually look at it. My devotion to my ancestors wasn't quite adequate to going out in the driving rain that we were being favored with at that time, but my indomitable ancestor, Hunter Grace, in spite of the weather and in spite of everything else, got out with John Fleming. They walked over to the place and looked it over quite carefully. So my own description of it is going to be a second-hand description, since I got it from her. We saw it from a distance of maybe 100 yards. But it was a very old stone house. It had at the time that we were looking at it a tin roof on it, but that was obviously a modern replacement. I'm sure that it originally, and for most of the time of its existence, had a thatched roof like so many of the other similar structures in that part of Galway. And apparently it was a house with about, I think, 4 windows and 2 doors. Is that right, Mama dear? I'm getting an agreement from Grace on it. And it was connected to the new structure by still another small stone building, which might originally have been used as a adjunct barn or stable. But the present use of the structure, the old structure, apparently is as a barn or stable for animals. We took some pictures of it. I don't know how well they'll turn out because it was raining quite heavily at the time we took them, but we set the camera on the maximum exposure and turned up the lens opening to the maximum, so we may come up with something after all. But anyway, we were successful in locating it and in seeing it and in taking some pictures of it in spite of the adverse elements that we had to contend with. After we had completed our view of the premises, so to speak, we went back to Galway, and since it was raining, we didn't do much but go to our rooms and loaf around and kind of generally relax. The weather cleared up rather nicely along towards the end of the afternoon. So Grace and I took quite a hike around the town of Galway. We, of course, went back again to look at the fish from the bridge that we'd seen them on the day before, and followed the river around and looked for fish from several other bridges that crossed the Carib River. And then we went down along the waterfront where the boats come in from Galway Bay. Found that the tide was out, and they must have a pretty good head of tide in there because the low tide level looked to me to be about 10 feet or so below the high tide level. We saw quite a few boats that were moored, but on the bottom at low tide, obviously going to stay there until the tide came in again and liberated them from the bottom. And there were some quite large boats in at the docks in Galway. So we followed that around and worked our way gradually back to the hotel, and that brought us about to the end of the 7th of July. Our itinerary had called for us to end up at Shannon Airport on that day, but since we wanted to get back to Dublin and wanted to spend a little more time around Galway anyway, we had changed our itinerary, and our driver, John Fleming, took us back by limousine to Dublin from Galway on the 8th of July. The 8th of July was a sort of a day where it was raining one moment and the sun was shining brightly the next. But since we were going to spend most of the day in traveling from Galway to Dublin, it suited our purpose quite well. We took a rather direct route which took us across central Ireland from Galway to Dublin. The town of most interest to us that we passed through was Athlone, Athlone, which is situated right about in the middle of Ireland, I guess. It was a typical old Irish city with the usual stone houses and rather narrow streets in most part of it. And maybe its chief claim to fame is that it's the birthplace of John McCormick, and John Fleming pointed it out to us as we passed the location of the house in which he was born. Apropos John McCormick, John Fleming told us that he had died penniless and quite unpopular with most of the Irish people, because in his years when he was going downhill, he drank himself practically to death and drank up everything that he had made in the way of a fortune, and became very surly and discourteous and hard to live with, so that his own people, I guess, would have been glad to disown him in his declining years at least. I remember that when he was in Green Bay, he was on the downhill road. This was many years ago when he was brought to Green Bay by the Irish Fellowship Club. And obviously he'd been drinking when he sang, although he did sing quite well. Certainly not as he did at his peak. But he was sent a bouquet of roses by the Irish Fellowship Club and very discourteously threw them on the floor instead of accepting them gracefully. So that was a sad history of the end of John McCormick, and we viewed his birthplace with somewhat mixed emotions in view of what we knew about his ending. Incidentally, we had listened to some of his old-time records at Bob's place in Orleans. They had been re-taped onto tape, and they were quite interesting to listen to, even though they were old recordings. We enjoyed them then, and it's just too bad that John didn't end up as he began. Well, we continued on our way to Dublin, arrived there in good time, and in time to get to American Express, which we were interested in doing, and checking up on the state of our reservations for England. We said goodbye to our chauffeur, John Fleming, who had been very delightful and very well-informed company for us, as well as a very excellent driver. And we all got to like him very much, and I think he somewhat reciprocated, because he was most helpful to us. Incidentally, one of the little touches that happened on the last day, he came down with a clipping from a newspaper that he'd noticed about a Father Patrick Ryan who had been recently ordained, and he came from Rossmore in County Tipperary, which was, of course, the place where the Ryan side of our family came from. And his mother was Catherine Ryan, so there was a sort of a combination of family names there, and John thought he might well be one of our relatives. But it was most thoughtful of him to notice that in the newspaper and pick it out and keep it for me. But that was rather characteristic of John. He did so many nice things for all of us that we couldn't really thank him enough for all that he had done for us. But we said goodbye to him and left him with a fairly healthy tip and a carton of American cigarettes, which he, I'm sure, very much appreciated. From there we went to American Express and found out, much to our pleasure, that we'd been able to get a similar sort of tour lined up for us in England, leaving from London on the 11th of July, the day after we were due to arrive in London. So that kind of removed any apprehensions we might have of what we'd be doing in England. We'd had no luck at all in trying to arrange a bus tour for the area that we wanted to cover, so this came as quite a relief to all of us to be informed that we were confirmed in our plans for a similar trip around England. Well, we were quartered again in Dublin at the Shelburne Hotel, the same one that we'd been at before, and we were to be there for 2 days. It was the 8th, the night of the 8th, and the whole day of the 9th, and then we were to leave for London by plane from Dublin Airport on the morning of the 10th. We put on quite a surprise for us. We've sort of been having cocktails around in each other's room. But since ours were double rooms, we usually had them in our room or Elmer and Ruth's room. So he said this was going to be an exception, and we came down to his room, and he had a great big tray full of more hors d'oeuvres than you could imagine, which he'd arranged to have as a sort of a surprise for us. So we had a very pleasant hors d'oeuvre and cocktail party in his room, and went down to the dining room and had a very nice dinner, and so to bed. I think Ruthie is going to carry on from here as to the subsequent activities in Dublin, and from there on as far as she can take us on the rest of this tape.
This is Ruth talking. I haven't heard Bert's last broadcast, so I don't know exactly where he left off, so there may be a little repetition here. But anyway, we arrived in Dublin from Galway about 2 p.m. in the afternoon, stowed our bags in our rooms. Dr. McCarey went shopping, and Bert and Elmer, Grace and I, went down with John, the driver, to the central part of the city. Bert and Elmer had some settling up to do with the CIE, from whom we had gotten John's services, and Grace and I left to shop and do a few things downtown. That evening we had our usual cocktail party, and after dinner Grace and Bert went walking, and Elmer and Dr. McCarey and I went to a program at the hotel, a program of local entertainers, soloists, musicians, and a children's dancing group. It was a very delightful program with an excellent master of ceremonies, and we were completely charmed by the grace and the wholesome sweetness of the little children dancers. They danced Irish folk dances, and they were dressed in very unusual costumes. They were green wool with long sleeves and circular skirts and kind of a cape-like attachment to the bodice, and the whole thing had a great deal of braid embroidery on it. And most of the girls had long hair. Some of it was curly, and some of it just was combed but hung way down to their waists. And the Irish folk dances were interesting for us to watch, and they were executed with wonderful precision and accuracy. Thursday, July 9th, was more or less a free day for all of us, in that we didn't have any specific tour planned for us, and we needed the time to do some necessary chores to get ready for our trip to London, and we had a little more shopping to do and packing, and we had planned an early dinner because that evening we were going to go to a play at the Queen's Theatre, which was the theater that was offering many of the legitimate plays, while the new Abbey Theatre is being constructed. We planned to have an early dinner so that we would be at the play on time, and Doctor asked us to come for cocktails in his room that evening. It had always been our practice to have the cocktail parties in one of our rooms because we always had double rooms, therefore more chairs, more space, and so forth. But this particular evening, Doctor wanted us to come to his room, so we agreed. This was to be more or less the farewell, because we thought we might be kind of crowded in London, even though we would be there for one evening together. So at the appointed time, we went to Doctor's room and were delightfully surprised with a lovely hors d'oeuvre spread that he had the hotel set up for us in his room. We had a jolly cocktail party and a very nice dinner, and we had gotten ready for this gala evening out. We had sent our clothes out with the valet to be pressed, and I had even considered having my hair done, but couldn't get in on short notice, so gave up that idea. But we really had made every effort to look our very best under the circumstances of traveling. So we got a cab and off to the theater in high spirits. The play was Sino Casey's Juno and the Paycock. We entered the theater, and it was a terrible blow to all of us when we saw the interior of this theater. It was very, very old, which, of course, is nothing too bad about that. But it was in such a state of run-down condition, and it was so dirty, and so many of the people there had, I don't know whether they're just artistic and or trying to put on an act, or just what it is, but so many of them were, sloppily attired and needed haircuts and shaves, and the whole appearance of many of the people was such a letdown to us, who had expected this to be such a gay evening for us, that it kind of spoiled it for us. However, the program, the acting was excellent, and the play was good, so we enjoyed ourselves in spite of the fact that our surroundings were not exactly what we would expect in such a city that is so famous for its fine plays and players. Friday, July 10th, we had to be up early and off to the airport so that we'd get to the airport by 9:30, and it's a bit of a drive out of Dublin. So we arrived in good time and were properly checked in and boarded our plane. The day was bright and clear, beautiful blue skies, and wonderful day for flying. We could see the coast of Ireland as we left, and could see the coast of England and country of Wales, and finally the city of London as we approached it. The airport at London is a huge place, and you are channeled into the right place by someone as soon as you get off the plane, so that you don't have any real reason to lose your way about. And finally our luggage came through and was picked off the assembly line, and we headed for the hotel in London in 2 taxis, as we were told that there was a ruling that only 3 passengers could ride in a cab. And the trip from the airport to the hotel was about 45 minutes, and it was interesting because it was really our first good look at London, as on previous visit we had only been in the airport and transferred from one plane to the other. And so my first impressions of London were, one, its tremendous busyness and big red double-deck buses, and the men in their striped trousers and derby hats and with their canes, and the just general rush of people. Also, it was interesting to see the people lining up to take a bus, not huddled in a group, not pushing to get ahead of anyone else, but all lined up, one after the other, each in his turn. As he approached the bus stop, he took his place at the end of the line. We arrived at our hotel and found it to be a very spacious hotel and with very nice accommodations. It's old and large, but very nicely located. It was right across from Green Park, through which you walk to reach Buckingham Palace, which we haven't done yet, but will do on our return. Almost as soon as we got our bags established in the hotel, we took another cab down to the American Express to get our mail and to see whatever other information we need to line up. Dr. McCarey had some things he wanted to settle, so we spent some time there, and after leaving the American Express, we took a cab and asked the cab driver to drive us around St. Thomas Hospital, which is the hospital that my father received his medical training. This hospital is in downtown London on the River Thames and is a huge place consisting of many old red brick buildings. It was interesting for us to see it and to drive around it. We did not go in it as we were pressed for time at that particular time and really were more interested in finding out where it was located. So we went back to the hotel, and then we took a walk from the hotel to some places near us for just about an hour in order to get a little bit better acquainted with what was within walking distance. We got to Piccadilly Circus, which is actually a ring into which streets come and end, and at this particular ring, they refer to that section as Piccadilly Circus. We weren't terribly far from there, and then we went on to Leicester Square and sat in that a while and just watched London go by in front of us. We had our dinner at the hotel and found that the menu was in French, much to our disgust after we had waited so long to get to England so we could read the menus without any difficulty. And we had encountered the same thing in Ireland also, and really don't have an explanation for it, except that in many instances I believe the hotels have hired French chefs and French help, and that's the result. So after dinner that night, we made our farewells to Dr. McCarey, as he said he was not going to be up in the morning. He thought perhaps he would sleep later. And then we had to do our final packing and get everything set for our trip. Because we were starting out the next day with our new chauffeur for the English countryside. So Saturday morning proved to be a kind of a damp day, but had grown accustomed to this by now, as we'd had a number of damp days, it'd been rainy on and off almost all the time, that we had been in Ireland. And about 9 o'clock, our phone rang in our bedroom, and it was our new driver, Mr. Binney, who called to say that he would be 15 minutes late. Well, our notations had told us that he wasn't going to be there until 9:30, so actually, by our planning, he wasn't late. But all in due time, he arrived with his fine Austin Princess car, and we were introduced to him and our luggage loaded in, and Dr. McCarey appeared on the scene to say goodbye anyway, and we were started off to the, up toward Scotland. We drove through dairy farmlands in rural England that day, made a stop at Cambridge University, which is a series of gray stone buildings massed around a green square, and very pretty chapel in connection with the school. School is still in session, and we didn't enter any other buildings except the chapel. Near the college is an old church called Old St. Mary's, which was also interesting for us to visit. And our destination that night was York, so we had no difficulty in reaching it in good time, as we were on a high-speed road all the way. York is a very interesting old walled English city. It has a beautiful Episcopalian cathedral, and in it is a very lovely clock memorial to the soldiers of the Second World War. You can walk near the top of the wall and overlook the city, and also there is a part of the city that is very, very old. The streets are so narrow that they would only permit one car to pass, and even that, or one car to ride on it, and even that is crowding the pedestrians. When you hear a car approaching, you are very careful to see that you're not too far out on the sidewalk. And the buildings are of the architecture such as is described in Dickens' stories. And as you stand there and look at these old buildings with their overhanging second stories and their old doorways and windows, it takes you back many, many years in history. As we were wandering around, we got thirsty, so we ducked into a local pub and sat down and had a glass of ale and a bit of English color and conversation with it. The city also had beautiful gardens and beautiful flowers. In fact, the hotel had very lovely formal gardens as part of its setting. We went to church, of course, the next morning at York, and were driven there 3 blocks from the hotel in style in our limousine with our chauffeur, and were driven back home to the hotel afterward. Then we started off for Edinburgh on Highway A1 via Thirsk Newcastle, Dunbar, and arrived at Edinburgh about, I imagine about 4 o'clock. We found that we were to have rooms in a huge hotel. The corridor to our room, I don't believe I exaggerate if I say it would be equivalent to one long city block. The view from our window, our hotel window, was really spectacular. The Edinburgh Castle is situated on a high promontory which sweeps up from the Firth of Forth, which is the widening of the Forth River, and really looks like a large bay. This castle is, has as part of the castle is from medieval times, and part of it, of course, are buildings that have been built since, but it's a huge structure, and there's a great wall around it, and it is a very impressive sight. We could see this whole thing from our hotel room, and it really wasn't very far away from the hotel. And then there were other large towers, beautiful church spires, and monuments, all of which were silhouetted against the evening skyline. We took a bit of a stroll around that evening, and kind of got oriented on the main street of Edinburgh, which is Prince's Street. One side of Prince's Street is really a deep, descends the banks of it. The banks beyond the sidewalk descend into a deep valley, and this has all been planted in roses, a beautiful formal garden in the shape of a clock with the hands that move. And in the very bottom part of the valley is a park has been developed, and there's a band shell there, and there were bands playing all the time while we were in Edinburgh. And it's a very nice recreation spot for the people. And then the cliff rises on the other side of the park, and at the top of the rocky cliff is the castle. It's rather an unusual development in the center and along the busiest street of a large city, but it's also very, very lovely and a nice spot that people can enjoy. Monday we toured Edinburgh with our guide, and went up to the castle and saw the crown jewels, which are in one of the rooms there, and small St. Margaret's Chapel, which is very old and is one of the buildings that's being carefully preserved. And the Scotch guides were all dressed in watch plaid trousers and watch plaid Scotch caps. We also went to Holyrood Castle, which is the summer residence of Queen Elizabeth. We couldn't go in it as it is open only on certain days, and Monday wasn't one of the days. The grounds for this castle are very lovely. You enter through wrought iron gates, and there's a very beautiful court with a very pretty formal planting in the square. We went into a local pub for a glass of ale, and the side that we entered on was rather small and had some tables and also a bar. And then we noticed that people on another side and on another bar could be served from this one central part of the tavern. So we asked Jack what was the reason for this, and he said that it was a carryover from the old days when there had to always be a private room in any public pub. As in long ago, women were not allowed in the other section, and they were served in what was called the private room. Well, this idea still seems to carry over, so that the bars, I guess, are always arranged that way. Well, we enjoyed our glass of ale. I had light ale, and Jack suggested lime and ale, and a couple of people tried that. So we had a little taste of what a real English pub is like. Jack, our driver, has proved to be a very interesting and congenial person, has a good sense of humor and an interesting philosophy and quite a Cockney accent. We have quite a difficult time understanding him because his A's are all I's, and his inflections are different from ours.
This is going to be a rather streamlined account of a period of time that we completely missed our recording on, from about the 2nd of June until about, I guess, the 6th or 7th of June, actually, yes. We were covering so much territory so fast, and we're usually quite tired at the end of the day. So for that and other reasons, we just didn't get around to recording that period until today, which happens to be the 7th of July. So it's about a month overdue, and consequently it'll be rather sketchy, but we want to fill in the gap as well as we can. The last time we made a chronological recording was when we were, I believe, in Verdun on June 1st. That covered our arrival at Verdun and our staying there overnight. So we'll start out with the morning of June 2nd, which was a Wednesday. We left the hotel, the Coquhardy, quite early in the morning because we wanted to get as far as possible on our trip into Germany that day as we could. However, just before we left the hotel, Grace happened to be talking to a woman who had been there before we were, and who strongly recommended to us that we should stop off and see the French War Memorial, which was probably 6 or 7 miles out of Verdun, and while it was a little out of our way, it was not so much so that we felt it was out of the question for us to see it. And we were certainly very pleased in retrospect that we made it, because it was one of the most remarkable mornings that we spent on our whole trip. This French memorial, which was authorized and I believe largely paid for by the French government, although there was a substantial subscription by the American people, two parts of it at least, is located on the top of a very high hill, probably the highest eminence in the Verdun area, and it's supposed to be a memorial for the French who died in both World War I and World War II. Since this area around Verdun was fought over intensively with great loss of life in both World War I and World War II. The loss of life in World War I was particularly terrific in that area, since it was a stalemated war, a war of the trenches in which they just kept whacking away at each other from both sides regardless of the casualties that took place. So I would say that the emphasis in this memorial is somewhat on the World War I episodes or period. And on our way into it, one of the first things that we encountered was a separate memorial or monument to the Jewish soldiers who had died in that area in the two world wars. It was a separate memorial written in Hebraic characters. I took a picture of it, hopefully, attempting to capture the characters and the expectation that Mike Cohn might be able to translate them for me after we got back. And from there on, we proceeded up to the main memorial, which is a stone building, I believe granite, dark in color, and situated right on the top of this hill, overlooking a cemetery in which, if I recall the figures correctly, there are some 30,000 graves of French soldiers, or at least largely of French soldiers. The memorial itself, as you enter it, there are two wings, one going off to the right and one to the left in the entrance, and they are what is known as the Osarium, O-S-S-A-R-I-U-M, I believe it's spelled. And these two wings contain the bones, or the remains, of thousands of French soldiers who died in that area but who could not be identified, and there were just too many bodies to bury, so they were collected after the war and interred in these two wings of this great memorial, and these are the wings that are called ossaria. They're completely enclosed in stone, with the exception of stained windows. These stained windows are all of the same color and give a sort of a remarkable amber light, a subdued but nevertheless bright enough light on the inside. And the effect of this amber light throughout these long corridors, there's one on each side, the right and the left, is in itself a rather unusual thing. And on the walls of these ossaria are the names of thousands of French soldiers with their regiments and place of birth. Literally, the walls are just covered with the inscriptions of their names. And that's true on both of the sides. This is what you might call a sort of a transept arrangement, with these long halls on each side as you enter it. And directly ahead of you is the chapel, which forms a sort of a base of the T, although in this case the arms of the T are much longer than the base of it. And this chapel itself was donated by Catholics throughout the world as a Catholic part of the memorial. And it's a conventional church in its arrangement, with an altar and all of the things that you usually find in a church. But the exceptional part of it is the stained glass windows in the church. They all depict war scenes and depict war in all of its cruelty and all of its ugliness and all of its horror, obviously designed to create that impression. In fact, I would say that the overwhelming impression you get of this whole memorial is that its purpose is to highlight the ugliness and the starkness and the horror and the futility of war as we've known it up till our era and in our era. The structure itself is crowned, if I can use that term, with a tremendously high tower. Again, a stark, sere sort of tower in granite with no ornamentation whatever. Quadrilateral, or quadrangular rather, in its shape, tapering up to a point at the top, not exactly like an obelisk, but tapering rapidly at the top and not very much below the top. And on each side, right up at the top, is, you might say, a cross, which is just sculptured out of the stone itself, so that the cross is just integrated with the tower and is not a separate thing. On all four sides, you can see the cross, which is on each of those four sides. Well, this tower must be in the neighborhood of 150 feet above the building itself, stretches up that high. And of course it can be seen from almost any place that within the range of vision around Verdun. It stands out for miles and miles around, I think, regardless of what direction you would approach Verdun. Well, from there we went to a place that's called the Place of the Bayonets. It's probably located a mile from this main memorial and not on as high an eminence. What it is a trench that was used in the trench warfare in World War I, and in which many soldiers were found dead. They didn't even bother to try to identify them because there was no possibility of doing it, apparently, because of the condition in which they were at the time they were discovered, or at least when things subsided enough so they could think about burying them. So all they did was to just bulldoze this trench, push dirt in on it, and bury these men right where they lay or where they were found. Some of them were apparently in an erect position. Their rifles and bayonets were buried right with them, and in at least a dozen places in this length of trench, the bayonets and the tops of the guns are protruding above the soil that was pushed in on them. And it was decided to leave them in just that condition as a sort of a permanent memorial or reminiscence of what war in the trenches was like. And it was covered over again with a kind of a stark, sere stone colonnade to protect it. There were barbed wire entanglements left around it, as there were at the time the place was filled in with dirt. And it was a very impressive and rather moving thing, of course, to see this memorial of just the way things had ended up in that particular trench area, and to think that hundreds of miles of that sort of trench war had taken place in World War I. Well, we went from there, started to take our trip north into Germany, and we decided to take the route along the Mosel River, which Uncle Bob had suggested to us as an alternative route. We went through Luxembourg in doing so we added another principality at least to our list of countries. We didn't stay in Luxembourg at all. We merely passed through it. Probably didn't take us more than 3 hours from the time we entered until we left, although we did stop on a rather high hilltop in Luxembourg and had our usual noonday lunch, consisting largely of bread and butter and cheese and sausage and beer or whatever, and fruit and so on. We had no trouble with customs or immigration, either going in or out of Luxembourg, in or out of France, or in or out of Germany. And we pursued our way to our destination, actually, when we left Verdun, was to see how far we could get beyond the city of Treves, Treves as it's called, in Luxembourg, and Trier, Trier as it's called in German. It's just across the border from Luxembourg into Germany, and we made pretty good time. We got through Trier and decided to go as far as we could towards Koblenz. And we experienced some delay because we lost our way. We went past a sign which we hadn't ever noticed or had never experienced before. It was actually a map on a signpost indicating that you were about to encounter a detour and indicating how you were to go around this blocked road on the detour. Well, it was quite inconspicuous in its location, and I just barely recalled having passed it sometime later. Grace was driving at the time, and we went on maybe about 10 or 15 miles beyond this before we came to the place where the road was really blocked and where we could not proceed any further. We finally found out that we were not supposed to continue and that the road was under construction from that time on. So we considered some alternative routes and finally decided to backtrack to the place where this detour sign was. We remembered having passed some sign, and eventually, after a lot of backing and filling, we managed to do so and got on the detour road. I think we were all a bit impatient at the time with the delay and the fact that this detour wasn't very well marked. But as it happened, it proved a kind of a blessing in disguise, because this detour road took us right along the banks of the Moselle River. And believe me, that was a most interesting experience. This Moselle River isn't a very wide river in most places, not as wide as the Fox River is in most places from De Pere down to Green Bay. It's probably about as wide as the Fox is up above Little Rapids. Some places it's a little wider. But it winds and twists, has more twists and twirls to it than the Devil River does from Green Bay out into the town of Rockland. And the road just followed the edge of the river, because the banks of the river are very steep and very high. And it's on these steep, high banks that the Moselle wine industry is located. We thought we'd seen some vineyards of some proportions in Italy and in France, but what we saw there didn't begin to hold a candle to the intensive cultivation of wine grapes that we saw along the banks of the Moselle. In fact, that's the most intensive cultivation we've seen any place, not excluding the banks of the Rhine, which we were to see a day or two later. Some of the angles on these slopes must have been as much as 60 degrees, and they still had vines on that steepest slope, cultivated them, tended them, harvested the grapes, and did whatever else was necessary to bring about the use of the area for wine. The soil was essentially very rocky and stony, And it seemed quite remarkable to us that anything would grow on it, but apparently the best vines and the best wine grapes in the world are raised on those slopes. Well, they continue for miles and miles along this winding Moselle River, and we, of course, were much interested in the geography of the situation and in the methods by which they were able to accomplish this wine culture. The drive itself was very beautiful, apart from the interesting factor of the vineyards. The slopes of the banks are quite high, and it creates a very beautiful effect. The river is lined with little villages, maybe just a mile or two or three apart, that snuggle down in along the banks of the river and are quite medieval in their appearance. The houses, structures are all old and rather picturesque. We stayed for the night at a Zimmer fry, as they call them, just outside of the village of Traben, T-R-A-B-E-N, Trarbach, T-R-A-R-B-A-C-H, in a very nice place. One that we found after we stopped there was constructed, I believe, in 1738, so it was quite a bit older than most of our revolutionary houses in the United States. We almost got into an old folks' home before we found this place, because we stopped at a place some little distance from Trarbach, which was marked hotel. And the girls, as usual, went up to try to arrange for a room. We thought it was a nice location because it seemed to be right on the banks of the river and we'd have a nice view. But after looking around for a while and not being able to find an entrance to it where they thought it would be, they ultimately learned that it was an old folks' home, although it was labeled a hotel. Well, we didn't think we were quite old enough to apply for admission, so we found this other place, which was also right on the banks of the river, and we had a very nice view. Also had a very nice dinner. One of the interesting things about it was that since the menu was in German, and we didn't know much German, the chef at the hotel, who was a kind of a cute, plump little German, very jolly, came in and sat right down with us at our table. Before he sat down, first of all, he put on his chef's coat and his chef's hat so that he was strictly in character when he sat down. Put on his glasses and started trying to explain to us, and did with considerable success, explain to us what the menu consisted of, and with his assistance we ordered and had a very, very fine dinner that night in a very interesting atmosphere. This particular establishment had a guest book which he produced for us after dinner with some pride and wanted us to look it over, which we did. We found that it contained the names and addresses of people from all over Europe, principally. We were rather amazed by the number from the Scandinavian countries. Now that we've been through the Scandinavian countries, maybe we got a little better idea of why so many of them went to a more temperate climate for a vacation. Well, we made a little inscription of our own in the book and retired for the night, had very good beds, nice night's sleep, and got up the next morning and headed for Koblenz. That would be the morning of Thursday, the 3rd of June, that we went to Koblenz. We made quite good time, although again we followed the winding banks of the Moselle until we got to Koblenz. It's at Koblenz, or right near Koblenz, that the Moselle and the Rhine join and become the Rhine. And we got there actually somewhat before noon. So the first thing I did was try to hunt up the Mercedes garage, since the car was overdue for one of its periodical checkups based on the mileage covered. And we found that garage without too much trouble, and I found out that I could leave it there over the next day, which suited us perfectly because we were planning to take a trip up the Rhine if we could the next day, and in the meantime the car could be at the garage and taken care of. So we made the arrangements for that, and then hunted up a hotel, which after some difficulty we found a suitable one, the Sauna, S-A-U-N-A hotel, where we were made very welcome, and the service was very good and very helpful and considerate. And then since it was still so early, we thought that we might take a drive up to Cologne, which is about 35 miles or so further west or towards the mouth of the Rhine, principally because we thought it would give us a good chance to look at the Rhine and also give us a chance to see the cathedral at Cologne, which is world famous, and also to pass through Bonn, B-O-N-N, which is the capital of the West German Republic. So we had lunch and started out to drive along the right or northerly bank of the Rhine to Koblenz. And I would say that it was probably the worst afternoon of driving we had in Europe. The road was narrow. It winds and twists around following the banks of the Rhine, basically, but since the banks of the Rhine are rather precipitous in places, it has to wind around a good deal at times to get where it wants to go. And it was narrow, and the traffic on it was simply terrific. I wouldn't say it was quite bumper to bumper, but it wasn't too far from it. And there was practically no open country. You were going through these little old towns most of the time with their very narrow little streets, one-way traffic in a great many places, and it made the drive to Cologne not a very pleasant one for us. Let's half roll. We arrived at Koblenz eventually, after almost losing a few chunks of paint from time to time, but fortunately escaping anything too serious. And when we got to the city of Cologne, we experienced quite a bit of difficulty in getting to the cathedral itself. We, of course, were able to see the cathedral, the spire of it, as we were approaching the city. But we, of course, were unfamiliar with it, with the city and its location. And finally, after running into a lot of one-way streets and so on, we managed to get to the cathedral and parked and went in and looked it over. It's mammoth in size. It's the largest Gothic cathedral any place in the world, and we were impressed principally by its size. Tremendous height in the principal nave of the church when you're looking up into it, and the transept. Most of these Gothic cathedrals, the transept has a single vaulted dome, and sometimes there are three naves, a principal one, and one on each side. Very often there are. But this is the first time that we found a transept that had three naves. In other words, the transept of the cathedral was built and is bigger than the central nave and side naves of many of the other Gothic cathedrals that we saw. So we were impressed principally with the massiveness of the structure, and of course it conforms very well to the Gothic type of architecture. It was fairly well lighted. My recollection of it is that there were a lot of tapestries hung along the walls, maybe for the purpose of keeping the congregation warm. After we'd seen the cathedral and looked around a bit, we proceeded to go back to Koblenz on the other side of the Rhine, traveling through the major part of the city of Bonn, which is the capital of the West German Republic, And we got back to Koblenz probably about 7 o'clock that night. Had dinner at a very nice place about 3 or 4 blocks from our hotel. And got to bed as soon as we could because we were planning to get up and take an all-day river trip up the Rhine the next day. So we rose bright and early the next morning and got down to the dock at which the boat took off from. I think it left about 8:45 or something of that kind. We got on board and found ourselves on a side-wheel steamer, probably about 200 to 250 feet in length, and quite well equipped with eating accommodations and seating accommodations at which you would have a good view of the Rhine. The day itself was not particularly nice. It was inclined to be a little drizzly at times, as I recall it. So our photography probably has suffered a good deal as a result of the conditions. But we took off from Koblenz, going up the Rhine. Our objective was Rudesheim, which is some 40 or 45 miles further up the river. And the steamer made, probably 20 stops between Koblenz and Rudesheim, sometimes on one side of the river, sometimes on the other. And it was obviously used by many people as a means of regular transportation from one town to another along the river. At each stop, there'd be quite a few people get on and quite a few people get off, and so on, all the way up. There were also, however, obviously a number of people that got on at Koblenz that were out just for a holiday, taking this trip up and down the Rhine. And, of course, beer and wine was served in considerable profusion, and a lot of people were obviously enjoying themselves. They got to singing some German songs and so on. Well, one of the most impressive things to us about the Rhine was the tremendous volume of water traffic that it carries. The river itself, in most places, is not very wide. In fact, at some places it's quite narrow. I would say that, again, at places it's not any wider than the Fox River is above Little Rapids, although at other places it widens out quite a good deal. And coupled with a tremendous volume of traffic, largely barges with their own power, that is a barge-type boat with its own propulsion, but also many other barge trains that are being towed by tugs. The other thing that impresses you so much is the strong current of the Rhine, and in which this heavy traffic operates, apparently without scraping off any paint on their respective hulls. But the traffic pattern is also very mystifying to someone that doesn't know the navigational rules on the Rhine. They apparently do not have consistent rules that apply during the whole length of the river, but the rules vary for different conditions. You may go for 10 miles and the boats will all be passing on your starboard side or your port side, and sometimes it seems to depend on whether you're going up or whether you're going down the river, what your right-of-way rules are. To an uninitiated person, a very confusing thing, but obviously to the people that navigate it, it was all old hat, and we had no emergencies or close calls or anything of that kind. They just barged along and seemed to know just what they were doing all the time. In the course of the trip from Koblenz to Rudesheim, we passed the famous Lorelei rock or bend in the river. There, the Rhine almost becomes a rapids. In fact, it does become a rapids out on the sides of it, and there's only this narrow channel which is deep enough for boat traffic to navigate through. As we approached the Lorelei Rock, why the loudspeaker system on the boat began to play the Lorelei as we know it, Wasnik Celis Bediten and so on, and quite a few of the people were singing it. They continued with this song, which they played in a rather slow and rather sad tempo, you might say, until we were well past this bend in the river. And then we continued on to Rudesheim. Now, Rudesheim is a town just across the river from the larger city of Bingen. We got to Rudesheim, I would say, maybe about 2 o'clock. We were bucking the current all the way up the river, and of course this makes a big difference in your elapsed time. We had a layover at Rudesheim of about an hour before we were to take our return boat to go down the Rhine in the other direction and back to Koblenz. This town of Rudesheim is a very interesting little medieval town. Contains a lot of opportunities for people to buy things, of course, in the shops. And we wandered around there for most of the hour, quite interested in what we saw in the shops and in the people. And we got aboard the boat shortly before it took off again and repeated our trip in the other direction, going down to Koblenz. We got there about 7 o'clock that evening. Went out again for dinner. I don't recall just where we had dinner, but I know we had oh yes, I do recall. I went down to a place that was right near the banks of the Rhine River, kind of overlooking the Rhine River. A very nice place. It was operated basically by the municipality and was used quite a bit for conventions and things of that kind. Well, that night was the end of our stay in Koblenz. And the following day, which was Saturday, the 5th of June, we got up early and started out with the idea of trying to reach Rothenburg that day. We crossed the Rhine at Koblenz. Incidentally, there are practically no bridges on the Rhine. Between Koblenz and Rudesheim, there was not a single bridge. At Koblenz, there are a couple of bridges. And there are, I believe, 1 or 2 bridges between Cologne and Koblenz. One of them, incidentally, was at this place where the Germans were a little bit slow in blowing up a bridge during World War II and enabled our troops to get across it. The name of the place at the moment escapes me, except that I know that it begins with an R. So much for that. Well, we got on the Autobahn a few miles outside of Koblenz, and we had very fine driving from there until we reached Würzburg, W-U-R-Z-B-U-R-G. We didn't go into Würzburg, but branched off at that point and turned into the side roads and the byways which took us to Rothenburg. We passed through some very interesting country, beautiful country from an agricultural standpoint, dotted every few miles with little red-roofed German towns, all of them quite medieval in their appearance. Some of them had walls or were partly walled in. However, we didn't stop in any, as I recall it, unless maybe to pick up something for lunch, until we got to Rothenburg. And everything that we've ever heard from Evie or Tweety or Uncle Bob or anybody else about Rothenburg was more than borne out by our own experience in that town. It's completely restored, if there ever was any damage to it, and we understand from some of the natives that there was some damage done during the war, but it's been completely restored. Any damage that was done has been repaired so that it was exactly like it was before, same types of architecture, and so far as I could see, they even achieved a sort of an aging or antiquing effect on any buildings that had to be repaired. So the whole thing gives the impression of a medieval city of the Middle Ages, just as it would have been 600, 700, 800 years ago. The major part of the town is enclosed by a stone wall with gates through which you enter the city or town. And the streets are narrow, and buildings are practically all of masonry with red tile roofs. The wall has its battlements and its towers and its lookout places and all of the things that you would expect to find in a medieval walled city. We at first thought we might go on beyond Rothenburg. Somewhere or other we got there about 2 o'clock, I believe, in the afternoon. The girls looked around in the shopping area, and for a while it looked as though we might pull out of there about 4 o'clock and go on to the Black Forest, which we wanted to make. But it developed that Ruth and Grace got themselves involved in a particularly attractive toy store in Rothenburg, while Elmer and I waited and waited and waited and waited and waited and waited in the car. So by the time they got back, and actually they were tied up in this store, I'll bet, for approximately 2 hours, while we were momentarily expecting them to arrive. I say momentarily because I had left them. They were just completing a purchase in this toy store when I left to go back to the car, and they were to be right along. So I got back to the car, and nothing happened, and nothing happened. So finally I became concerned, went back to the store. I was concerned because I knew the store is closed at 5:30. And found the door of the store locked, but by peeking in I could see them still busily engaged in buying toys or negotiating for toys with the clerks in the store. So I rapped on the door and attracted their attention, and all I got was a wave of the hand, much as to say, go on, go away, we're busy. So, taking the rather subtle hint, I went back to the car and patiently awaited their return. Well, when they got back, it was well after 6 o'clock, and we'd made no arrangements for the evening, and we decided that it would be foolish for us to try to continue on from there that late in the evening and get to any other place that would afford us a probability of good overnight accommodations. Also, driving into the setting sun on that kind of roads was not exactly to our liking. So we decided to look for a place to stay overnight in Rothenburg, and we're all very glad we did, because we found a nice one after some difficulty, because the place is crowded. We went to the hotel that Vern and Elmer had stayed at before, and found that the main part was filled and that all we could get was something up on the 3rd or 4th floor of an annex. So we checked that out and went around looking for something else, and finally found a Zimmer fry right in the outskirts of the city, which was very satisfactory. We had nice rooms and a nice dinner. There again, the structure was a very, very old one. I don't know how old it was, but it was centuries old. But it was fitted out very tastefully and comfortably, and we spent a pleasant night there, and it gave us a chance to do a little more exploring of Rothenburg in the evening of that day, and we found it very fascinating. In fact, I took a late-at-night hike myself after we'd completed our exploration by car, and it was really a very unique experience to walk through the streets and the little byways of a town which by that time was quite quiet. Mostly everybody had gone to bed, but with these old-fashioned street lights casting a rather murky glow on the streets and on the old walls and on the battlements and the old buildings. You could almost put yourself back in time 5 or 6 centuries and imagine that you were walking through it in the 14th or 15th century with all of the authentic environment around you. Well, the next morning we went to church. Rothenburg is about 90% or 95% non-Catholic, so we had a little difficulty locating the one church, which incidentally was a very, very old building also. Part of it was originally used for a warehouse and part of it for a church. We got into Mass and found that apparently the natives, or rather the people that were part of the ordinary congregation, had a sort of a preemptive right on the pews, which I guess they're entitled to. So we had to stand around for a while before we determined that there would be a place for us to sit down, and we did sit down in the back of the church. Eventually, we were able to find a place to sit down, although many people who came after we did were standing in the aisles throughout the whole service. After Mass, we looked around the city some more, spent another couple of hours maybe looking around, and then departed on our way to the Black Forest. We traveled again through rather twisting, winding country roads and through this medieval type of town until we got into the real Black Forest country. And it was very beautiful, very hilly, you might almost say mountainous, and the hills and mountainsides all covered with very heavy growth of timber, largely evergreen timber. We had planned to go to Baden-Baden, which is in the heart of the Black Forest country, but because of the topography of the situation and the fact that we weren't making quite as good time as we had expected to through these winding mountainous roads, we stopped a little bit short of Baden-Baden, just a few miles short of it. Convinced, however, that we'd seen the typical best of the Black Forest area, and it was very worthwhile seeing, very picturesque and scenic and beautiful, and then headed for Heidelberg. We managed to pick up an Autobahn some distance out of Heidelberg and drove the rest of the way into that city on an Autobahn. We arrived at Heidelberg rather late, probably about 6:30 or 7 o'clock, and in a very driving downpour of rain. We had no reservations for hotels, but we had looked up the names of a few in our AAA guide. One particularly that sounded attractive to us was supposed to be located right on the Neckar, Neckar River, right near the outskirts of Heidelberg. It didn't say which outskirts, so we spent probably 45 minutes going down one side of the river from one end of Heidelberg to a little bit beyond the other end of it without finding any hotel that met that description. In fact, without finding any hotel of any description that would have interested us. So we backtracked and crossed the river and went down on the other side, and finally at the fourth outskirt that we came to, in other words, at the far side on the other side of the river, we finally stumbled on the hotel we were looking for and found that they had available accommodations, checked into it, and had very nice rooms, very delightful dinner in a dining room overlooking the Neckar River. It had stopped raining in the meantime, so after dinner I thought I'd go out and stretch my legs, and I took quite a hike down what I would guess would be the east bank of the Neckar River, and saw a very pretty sight. One of these old castles, Heidelberg Castle or whatever the name of it was. It was Heidelberg, I'm sure, and it was quite an impressive edifice, high up on the hill on the opposite side. Was illuminated with floodlights, and it made quite a sight, floodlighted as it was, and it made also a very interesting sight reflected in the surface of the Neckar River, somewhat similar to the experience I'd had before at Amboise in France. Well, I got quite a ways away from the hotel, and suddenly the darn rain started to come down again in buckets full. I was probably 1.5 miles away from the hotel along the river, so I had to tough it out without any shelter. Fortunately, I had my raincoat, but no cap or anything on. So I hiked back as fast as I could through the rain to the hotel. In the meantime, I got a good soaking because some car on the narrow road, and the sidewalk was even more narrow in proportion, happened to hit a puddle just about the time it was going by me, and I got a good drenching from the knees down. But it didn't do anything but dampen my enthusiasm, or it didn't dampen my enthusiasm any, it just dampened my carcass a bit. I got back to the hotel and took a nice hot tub bath and was just as good as new. Well, that brings us to the end of that day, And the next day we were to try to get started for Frankfurt. That was to be or not Frankfurt, but for Hamburg. That was to be the objective, if possible, the next day on our trip up to Denmark. That was Monday the 6th. And I'd arranged with Uncle Bob to try to establish a contact with him through his office in Heidelberg to see whether our reservations for Ireland had been confirmed. They hadn't been when we left Orleans, so I tried to get hold of his Signal Corps people on the phone, and I never had more trouble in my life trying to get through a local phone conversation. It took at least an hour and a half before I managed to get through to them, and then found that there had been nothing confirmed. Uncle Bob had talked to one of them the day before and said that there'd been no confirmations on it up to that time. Anyway, it delayed our start until shortly before noon, and we got off on the Autobahn, drove from there to just outside Hamburg, a distance of approximately 360 miles or more, in about 6 hours, and during that time we stopped for lunch and several other comfort stops. It's a beautiful highway, and we made good time. In fact, one of the little incidents that occurred, we were batting along about 100 miles an hour, literally, when that was the fastest we'd driven the car up till that time. Our baggage on top began to flap in the breeze, so we got out and found that one of my suitcases was standing straight up on the luggage rack, in spite of the fact that we had it covered with a sort of a tarpaulin. Well, that taught us that we couldn't say. There you go.
Hello, hello, hello.
That's right.
Am I going?
Sure.
What do you know? Is everything going, Bob, then?
Yeah, it's all set. All those two little things.
Blip, 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 huh? How do we erase this right away? Okay, this is Gracie speaking on, let's see, Wednesday, June 24th. Our first comments are to say that we're full of admiration with the fact that you can make any tape recordings, because it's taken us at least 3 days to get organized on the one we're beginning here. So now I will immediately put the pause button on to decide what I'm going to say next. Of course, we're under a handicap. It's early in the day, and Bob doesn't have a cocktail here for me. And I'm like Uncle Elmer. I don't think I can do too well without one. The projection of this tape is long-range projection, at least, is to have everybody in the family record something. But we're not quite sure if we're ever going to get an hour's worth of anything worthwhile out of any of us. However, I'll bring you up to date on a few things. I talked recently to Catherine Christ in Wasaki, as I had neglected to answer Sister Mary's letter. I was anxious to find out what had happened to her at Rochester. So I called Catherine last week and found, to our joy and so forth, that Sister Mary did not have to have surgery, and was told to return in 6 months for further checkups. She's now at St. Giles in Chicago teaching summer school. Then I also learned from Kath in our conversation that Aunt Claire was heading for California yesterday, Tuesday, on a jet to visit her baby brother. So I called to wish her a good trip, and all these people I've talked to mentioned they received cards from Mother and Daddy and have enjoyed hearing from you. Sister Mary mentioned that she had heard also. As our trips are only from here to De Pere and back, I haven't anything particularly exciting to tell you about travel, our part of the country, other than the fact that we took the children to the zoo in Milwaukee several weeks ago. They were impressed with everything, particularly the gorilla impressed Karen. And they saw giraffes and elephants and all these large animals that they have not seen before. We went to the new zoo out near Highway 100, and they took a ride on a choo-choo train there. All in all, they enjoyed the day and enjoyed the trip. They were real good, so it was fun for all of us. We'll go on to discussing what yards look like this year. This has really been a year for roses around here, Mother. I guess the winter was mild enough so it didn't kill them back too far, and my first blooming, which is of course still going on right now, is absolutely tremendous. It's as good as usually the end of the summer brings. So you've missed a good garden year, but it wasn't worth staying home for. I noticed in Bob's letter to you that he typed a week or so ago that he mentioned working for me in the house here. Well, I did want to explain that paint job he's been doing didn't begin with his speech stipend that he turned over to me. It really began with a hall fixture that Bob's mother gave us for Christmas last year. You know, we got a hanging fixture, and of course, as soon as we put it near the ceiling, discovered that we could not open the basement door if we hung that light. So the next step, of course, was to change the swing of the basement door. Well, if we changed the swing of the basement door, it meant tearing up the woodwork. And if you tear up the woodwork, you have to paint it afterwards. And there wasn't any point in painting the hall because we never liked the wallpaper in there anyway. So the idea was then to change the hall wallpaper so we could paint the hall. Well, we didn't want to change the hall wallpaper if it wouldn't look nice with the living room, and the living room needed painting anyway. So the next step really was to pick out a wallpaper, then paint the living room walls the same background color as the hall wallpaper. So it really all began long, long ago, but it's all finished now except for a few minor changes in the woodwork that Bob's finishing up here. He took down all the molding trim in the living room, and we're replacing it with a stained birch finish that looks more like our floor, but it won't chip and stuff when the kids do the vacuuming.
It's amazing how little you have to say when you're confronted with this little box. But thanks to my wife's ingenuity and mechanical aptitude, this tape is coming to you. If it were for me, you'd never get one. Actually, this is the first afternoon I've had off since May the 30th, I believe it was. May the 29th. Graduation was at 7:30 in the evening, and on the morning of May the 30th, I think it was 7 o'clock in the morning, living rooms and dining rooms and hallways were scraped or painted or washed or papered or something. So this is the first break we've had in a long time. Thank goodness for that. But it looks pretty good, and we're anxious to have you see it when you do get back. Pause. Okay, just a few notes on what's been happening around here, other than work, that is. Few pleasantries. Shortly after you left, the faculty had a farewell party for me. I think they were glad to see me go. But we had a party out at Whips in the town of, or in the city of, or that I should say, village of Poland. I'd never been there before. It's out in the town of Eaton somewhere. And had a very fine dinner, and after dinner, no speeches, but presentation of gifts. And I was very happy and thrilled to receive a Marquette class ring, 1948 vintage, something I had secretly wanted, I guess, all my life and could never afford it, and they found out about it and presented me with a ring. It was very generous of them and very kind. And I'll have to show it off on your return. And after that, graduation was about the only thing to look forward to. The abbot wasn't here for graduation. This brings me to the next topic. He went down to Lima, Peru, and evidently what he saw shook him up pretty badly, because he came back and I was told he was quite emotional in describing the conditions in their mission area in Lima. And shortly after returning, he wound up in the hospital where he is right now, suffering again from a bleeding ulcer. So obviously the trip was not too healthy from that standpoint.
I just wanted to add, it's nice to know that Bob's secret desire was a classroom. Most wives worry about other things. Though I want to add that he does wear the class ring on his left hand. Takes the wedding ring off. The next speaker you will hear will be Joseph Neufeld. We thought, Mother, we had a tape from you couple days ago, and you mentioned you were going to visit the land of your ancestors, or Daddy's ancestors. So we thought it fitting at this time that you start hearing from your progeny. Joe?
I don't know what Gracie called me when she introduced me to you, but whatever it is, I suppose it means something good. You tell me to hold this 6 inches away from my mouth, and I don't know. House says my nose is getting in the way. Well, I know I got the name, but I don't have the nose.
You too have the nose.
No, I don't have the nose. I'm sitting on the back porch at 1699 Patton Street, watching the moon come up over an oak tree, I think. It's an oak tree.
You think you're seeing it's a moon, but
last,
you're not sure about the oak tree.
Last night it was an eclipse, but we didn't know about it exactly, but only half the moon was showing, and it wasn't a fog or a storm or anything, so it was an eclipse. But tonight it's full moon. It's very beautiful. It's getting brighter all the time. But they also have complications here because they have a street light on the corner, which also is bright. Even back in the backyard, it looks like someone's got his headlights on at the corner. As I told you on a note the other day, on your birthday card, Daddy, I believe, I was moving down the hall, and I have moved now. And one of your associates said, "You're spoiling us. You brought in such fancy chairs. We'll have to get new chairs to go with those fancy chairs you brought in." Well, I didn't have room for them in my room, so I put them in the other room. And they do look pretty good. I'm very happy to be there. It's so nice to walk in and have someone tell me that this one called or that one called. It makes a lot more sense than not knowing about the calls.
Joe, I didn't know you ever walked in.
Oh, yes, Gracie just wonders if I ever go into the office. I do now and then, and probably will be for a while, now that it's so comfortable and nice, and my wife sent me some pretty sweet roses from Schrader's, not from the garden, because we can't pick them all the time. And they welcomed me this afternoon when I came in. Very pretty, and it's very comfortable in there. It's painted a mint green. It's cool. I have some can openers for beer, but nobody's brought me any beer yet. I suppose I better not desecrate the place by bringing any in myself. Because I don't know. That's another day. I better let somebody else talk for a while. This is confusing, I must say. But last night we were listening to your tape from Oslo, the 7th one that arrived. We listened to one half of it on the back porch with Gracie and Hoff and their children. Not the children weren't listening, but we were, and having a few drinks. And then we were going to listen to the second half, but Hoff decided he would ride my bike home. And then we decided we would wait and listen to the second half after everything. I got upstairs and went to bed. And so we did. And I started hearing the beginning of it, and that's all I heard. I fell sound asleep. Evelyn woke up in time to turn off the machine, I think. Now we'll pause. See you next.
This is Evelyn, and I feel that we're reversing the tables a bit. In fact, this takes me back to my days at the apostolate of dictating, except that I don't have any little flipper in my hand to turn this on and off. To bring you up to date, Gracie and Hoff started this recording on Wednesday. This is now Thursday, a day later. In the interim, we have listened to your most recent tape, the one that Mother dictated late at night, obviously, in Oslo, and completed the following day. The dictation from the evening dictation from Oslo indicated that she was awfully tired. But while we were listening to it, Karen was on the porch with us at our house, and Mother was describing the exodus from Copenhagen. And she said in the course of the tape that the car was placed in, put the car in a cradle.
Well, Karen, upon hearing this, listened only to "car in," and she shrieked with delight at the mere mention of her name on the tape. Pause. Boy, it's hard.
There you go. Now you're
Well, I'm recording again. I've just moved to another position and have been instructed as to how to put the on and off button. The most confusing part of this dictating business for me is that I'm so accustomed to putting punctuation and paragraphing in anytime that I've done any recording that I want to say comma, period, paragraph, capital.
Let's put some question marks in it.
Well, we could stand a few question marks. But I guess maybe it's time that I bring you up to date on the activities of the last week, although by the time that you receive this tape, perhaps Dr. McCarey will have told you of our activities for the past week. Papa died on Saturday morning. That would be June 20th.
No, up in this one. We're
Oh.
putting it.
I see.
now. There you go.
We had known most of the week that he was going home to his final home. He died very peacefully. Mary Ellen Patrick and Joe and I and Father Angelus, the chaplain at the hospital, were with him. Many things about it were very providential. We had known for almost a week and had had a good chance to prepare Joe's mother for it. Another providential thing was the fact that the chairlift, which had been ordered, was installed in their house on the previous day. Joe's mother has been doing miraculously well. Mother, if you could see her, you would never believe that she's the same person that you bid goodbye to before you left for Europe. Although she has nurses taking care of her at home, she's been doing marvelously, both physically and mentally. Papa's funeral was on Tuesday, and the wake was at home on Monday for the family and close friends. We thought, needless to say, it got a little out of hand, but not too badly, and as Joe said, not as bad as it could have been. We've all survived. Many things couldn't have been taken care of as satisfactorily. We didn't have as many good Everson sisters and brothers to fill in all the little things that needed to be done for us. You've been proud of all your children, the way they came to our assistance. Now on to more cheerful subjects. In your last tape, you indicated a great deal of concern for Jenny Jo, as you well might have. However, I saw her this afternoon, and her shoulder brace is off, and she's jumping and dancing. And she's full of as much fluid as she's ever been. To bring you up to date on the EuropeTour, it was placed in the water about June 1st, and Joe and Jimmy and I'm being corrected, it was May 29th. And we took it over to Snug Harbor, and a week or so later, Joe says it's real snug, and he's so correct. A week or so later, it was cleaned out pretty completely.
By Eveline, Joseph, and Jimmy for a change.
Well, the biggest godsend was the fact that we brought everything home last fall and had it all cleaned in order to go back. This Saturday, if the weather is good and all continues to go well, Joe and Jimmy and I are going to go up for a few hours of sailing. And then Nancy's invited us to come back to their house for a steak fry. I keep pushing this pause button, reflecting on what I should say next. But looming in front of me is the Hoffman's new redecorating job. It's absolutely fabulous. You're going to be very impressed with their very professional production.
Tell him that Kistler just hung himself. It's so good.
I don't know whether you heard Hoff in the background, but he's just commented that Jack Kistler has hung himself because it's so good.
He didn't hang himself that way.
Okay.
Oh, you're
Excuse me.
He's on a high.
I'm very sorry, but we have been sitting back here on the back porch drinking beer for the last 2 hours.
No, we had gin first.
Oh, we had, Joe reminded me we had gin first, and then we had beer.
Favorite bacon tomatoes.
Then we had bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwiches, and then we had beer, and then Joe and I took a ride on the bike. On the bikes. We have to clarify something here. Joe and Evie gave Gretchen a new Schwinn 26-inch bicycle for her birthday, and for her 12th birthday. Big deal. And that is why in the previous comments made by Joe, which were almost articulate, he mentioned or commented on the fact that I had decided to ride home from his house after drinking cocktails there yesterday afternoon for 3 hours, that I was going to drive home on my bicycle. Well, the only reason I rode home from Joe on the bike was the fact that Gretchen wanted to ride her bicycle home. And one more thing, if you're wondering, the dogs in the background on the previous recordings are not the relatives. They're dogs occasionally, but these are real ones. They belong to our neighbor across the way, and I think the dogs are a little bit upset that all this noise is going on at about 10:30 at night.
Yeah, they're Jewish dogs. They belong to the ones farther.
Grace, Mary, please, there'll be none of that. We are more ecumenical than that. Joe is sitting there having had about his umpteenth beer. He is in the lounge. He has the most comfortable chair, and he's kind of molded to the whole thing. He looks like a big pat of butter in a soft pat of butter in a big dish right about now. And
Pause!
and let's see, who else?
Clarify that.
Joe wishes to clarify that, but he does not. He's going to demand equal time later on. But it's much easier recording today than it was yesterday, I will admit.
Will make less sense tonight.
It'll make less sense, but it's easier for me, but it's going to be more difficult for you to understand all this. Jabber. But let's have a pause now so while we collect our thoughts on another beer.
This is Gracie speaking again. I've been talking too loud, so now I'm trying to speak more slowly, more softly, more intelligently, perhaps. I don't. Bob says that's impossible. Anyway, I'm going to tell you about Gretchen's birthday. We don't know how you spent yours, Daddy, but Gretchen's 12th birthday, your first grandchild, was a big day for her, and really, it was curtailed in many ways because of other things that had to be done the day before Mr. Neufeld's funeral. But she showed her age and took it in real good spirits. She had originally requested that her dinner that evening consist of pizza, pop, and strawberry shortcake. The dessert we all agreed on, but we had acquiesced to the pizza and the pop in deference to her wishes. But and Aunt Evelyn and Uncle Joe were to be the guests along with the lady of the day, Gretchen. Well, of course, they weren't able to come, and in turn we had also invited Grandma Hoffman to come for about 5 days. And with her gallbladder, she couldn't have had the pizza anyway. So there were many changes of menu through the day, and we finally ended up with a pot roast, mashed potatoes, and a vegetable, which pleased her anyway. And we have put the pizza off to another day when we have a heartier stomach. But she did enjoy her birthday. She missed you because she usually spends it with Grandpa, or you have a little time together that day. Put the pause on Evelyn, or shall I? her father's now paying the price of having 4 daughters. He hears me moan and groan about having to take them shopping to find anything to fit, especially to fit Gretchen at this stage of her life. So the Friday before her birthday, we knew she wanted some new clothes, something very exotic like blue jeans and a sweatshirt. And Bob nobly offered to take her down. Well, I won't go through the horrible experiences he's had of going about 4 or 5 different departments to find something that would fit her, but they did come home with a real cute pair of blue jeans, and I always thought blue jeans were cute, Mother, you know, and a sloppy sweatshirt with a St. Norbert crest on. We have new allegiances now, and a very attractive outfit of blue pedal pushers and a red checkered top. And the biggest deal was to fool the nuns at St. Matthew's the next morning. Gretchen sings in the choir every 3rd week. And of course, she said, the first thing she said was, Mother, can I wear these pedal pushers to choir? Or culottes. These are culottes. Pardon me, I'm using the word pedal pushers. I should be saying culottes, because those are even less moral than pedal pushers, according to the nuns. And I said, well, dear, you can't possibly wear your culottes to choir, because Sister said they couldn't even wear them to the school picnic. And she said, well, she didn't say we couldn't wear them to choir. She only said we couldn't wear them to the school picnic. So I said, well, if you can get away with it, go right ahead. So she wore her very, very immoral culottes. To the choir the next day. And I must say, Sister Anita never knew the difference. If she'd, well. Oh,
Hey, Papa.
don't cut me off.
Have you been spying?
Don't cut me off, Eveline. Daddy, I mean, Joe and Hoff are both almost asking the same question at the same moment. Have you seen any of the new bathing suits? And of course, Eveline and I want to know if you've seen any of the new cocktail dresses. We think the things that are going on in Europe are positively dazzling. And I think that's really why they want to go to Europe. They don't want to see the fjords. I mean, that doesn't interest them, apparently, since they've heard about these other caverns and the high and low points that are being shown this spring.
Anybody can watch.
Goodbye. Put me on the pause button, Evelyn. I want to make one final comment about the party at Evie and Joe's last evening. It wasn't a party. It was really kind of a Kermesse deal for Gretchen's birthday. You know, Monday was out and Tuesday was out, and so finally Wednesday she was going to get her birthday present. So we did go over there for a cocktail or two and to receive her bicycle, which she was really very happy and thrilled with. And we were not bored with the tape. That isn't why Joe fell asleep or anything, or why Hoff left to ride the bike home. I didn't want you to draw that conclusion from it. Joe has been exhausted, as you will not gather from what he'll tell you on the tape, but he's had a long week and a half. And he was just plain tired. And I think just hearing from you, Daddy, made him, kind of wish you were here so he could just talk it all out with you. But it wasn't because he was not interested. It's just that everything caught up all of a sudden, and he just plain needed to get some rest. And he was plain pooped, as Bob said.
No.
And that's true.
Yes.
And we have enjoyed every one of the tapes, particularly the one that Aunt Ruth wrote the script out for. The first time we heard it, we thought, good heavens, what's the matter with her? But the minute we tried it ourselves, we thought, boy, that's not a bad idea. But really, we have enjoyed every one of them. And we have followed it on the maps. And last Sunday, when Evelyn had invited Dr. McCarey for kind of a Father's Day brunch, and it carried on in spite of all the complications at the Neufeld residence. And he came, and we played your last tape that covered from, at that point it was your last tape. It covered your trip into Orleans, and on down through San Sebastian and up into the Chateau country. he followed it on the map and enjoyed it very much. And I think he could have stayed for the other 7, but we really didn't feel we could ask him to at that point. But I'm sure you'll catch up with the news, with him when he reaches you in Ireland. And with any luck at all, we may have this tape in his pocket when he gets there. But we did want to explain that we have enjoyed them, and so has he. And I think, pardon, Evie?
We admire their stamina.
Yeah, we really do. And we're sorry about the mail, incidentally. I wanted to mention this to Mother. We felt very badly when we got your tape from Vienna stating that still no mail. I know that seems like weeks and maybe months ago to you, Mother, but we all have written. And unfortunately, the only letter you received from the Hoffman seems to be the one the children wrote. But we have written to you, and maybe 6 months from now you'll get them all. But in the meantime, we want you to let you know, as we have in our letters, that everything is fine here. Bob and I were up at your house this afternoon to put something in the attic. And though things were dry and we watered them, but your house is in real good condition and everything is just fine up there.
You think all we do is drink, and we do. But we stop once in a while just to catch our breath. Or go to the bathroom. I don't know which.
And it's easier here, tell her.
We know how to flush the toilets around here.
Gracie says it's easier here, but I don't know over there. I guess you don't even bother, do you? No, I have plenty.
They have it over a Swiss mountain stream.
Well, anyway, on the 30th of May, we were supposed to have a bicycle hostel brunch or something like that, but as it ended up, it rained. And so Gracie and Huff came over with the children, and we had a picnic supper inside. Instead of a brunch, it ended up being a supper. And we were feeling very fine, and we decided we'd call you up. So I placed the call, got the overseas operator, and I said I wanted to talk to the Robert P. Everson residence. And the address that we had was 45 Rue de Bel Air, Orléans, France. Well, yesterday on this tape that came from Oslo, the return address is 487 Rue de Bel Air, Orléans dash going up and down, Loire, France. Well, we placed the call, and the overseas operator said she would call us back within a short time. And she did. Within 7 minutes, I was hearing a French operator jabbering away, and my French is not very good. In fact, the children were very excited. We had all the lines going at once, 4 telephones, receivers off the hooks at one time. But we could hear the operator from France very well. And then the American overseas operator said there was no telephone listed for Robert P. Everson at 45 Rue de Bel Air. Well, whether it was the address that was wrong or Uncle Bob's telephone was listed in a house rather than his name personally, we don't know, but we couldn't get you, and you probably weren't there anyway. After we
Called because we knew they hadn't gotten any mail.
The reason we called was because in one of the tapes you stated you hadn't received any mail, and quite a few letters had been written to you at that point. I don't know. I guess after you leave an area, they just don't seem to forward them on to you at your next destination, or care of American Express. We've written to Oslo, and those letters you probably received, or cards, and I also sent you a note to Dublin, care of American Express. If you haven't gone through it and back on to London, you probably got some of those notes along the way.
Well, this is Evelyn again. Earlier, Gracie bragged about her garden, so I'm going to take my stance and say that ours was very good this year, too. In fact, one Sunday, Bill Kerwin brought his wife Joyce over to our house to see the roses. He had stopped the previous day to see Joe and had not found us at home, but he went home and told his wife that if she would like to see a garden where roses were as big as peonies, that she should come with him to our house. One of the interesting after effects of either one of your tapes or letters, I've forgotten which, was Gracie's explaining to her children via the very educational globe that Hoff has about the midnight sun. I think that you either recorded or wrote that at midnight it was still daylight. So Gracie got out her globe, which adjusts to the turning of the earth and has an area on it that indicates where the rays of the sun hit a particular country. I think they got a lot of geography out of it and were much more interested because of the fact that you were there and the sun was shining most of the time. And one of the fun things for them too was to determine from this globe, which has a disc indicating the time changes, what time of night it was when we were looking at the globe here, what time of night it was for you in Norway.
One thing, relative to the letter that I sent a couple of weeks ago, Bobby Gilling's lip has healed very well. Tom Lynn did a beautiful job. He had a real Rumpelstiltskin. I think he was the sewer, if I'm not mistaken. But his lip has healed real well. Whether or not he... Huh? No, you don't even notice the fact that his lip was split wide open by my daughter Gretchen's flying bat. Whether or not he will lose his two front teeth, we don't know as yet. He doesn't seem to be too disturbed. LB, I think, is gloating over the chance of getting Bobby in the chair. But he really looks real well, and he's taken it very well. And I called my insurance man, and I do believe that all this will be covered. And if I run out of coverage, I understand, Dad, that you have a policy with the same company, and it happened in your backyard, so guess what? You may pay for the other half of his teeth. I'm not real sure, but Bob is not distressed. This is, I suppose we shouldn't have levity.
Just, Daddy, this is Gracie reporting again. I believe the last word you probably heard was levity. Well, I think it's still going on. And the amazing part about the whole thing is that we're not at your house drinking your stuff. It's happening on our budget, which is really shocking. I didn't think our budget was capable of producing such funny remarks from my husband. Hilarity, as Bob says. But I will put the pause button on and maybe let Bob continue, perhaps tomorrow morning or perhaps in a few minutes. I don't know which. You'll be able to tell yourself, I'm sure.
You're on.
Okay, let's continue now where we left off at the end of the last tape.
Still the same date.
It's still the same night on the back porch. In fact, last night on the back porch, I loved her best of all. That's an old song, Dad. You remember that one. So will Uncle Elmer, I'm sure. But anyway, getting back to Bobby Gilling's teeth, they're still there. And we honestly, all kidding aside, we don't know if he will lose his front teeth or not. We're not real sure. But if he does, a bridge will have to be put in, and Bob is taking it very well. Of course, he has no choice. And everything has worked out pretty well so far. And as far as the insurance is concerned, when you come home, you may want to contact Max Murphy. I understand you have your insurance with him as we do. We'll worry about that when you get back, so don't worry about it now. That's a good place to leave you hanging, you know. But getting back to this baseball kick, talking about the other grandchildren you have, this baseball game was really a result of Johnny Gilling's enthusiasm for baseball. He is in Little League, and he has all the terminology and all the vim and vigor of a Little League baseball player.
He has bacon and milk for breakfast.
And he has bacon and milk for breakfast. Is this supposed to help him play ball better or something?
When he gets to the ball field, though, he has Kool-Aid.
Oh, when he gets to the ball field, he has Kool-Aid. I'm getting all these asides from Joe, but Johnny is a real enthusiastic little leaguer right now.
First game was about 9.
And his first game, I guess Bobby Gilling tells the story. I'm sorry Bobby isn't here to tell this story, but Johnny came home a couple of weeks ago, or a couple of days ago really, and he came home and Bobby said, well, how did the game go? And Johnny came home and says, oh boy, they called the game off, but I think we would have won the game if they hadn't called it off. And Bobby said, what was the score? He says, 21-19, but we were catching up. So that's the type of ball they're playing right now. So I'm not real sure if this is a real professional. But I'm sure you haven't been watching the papers, but the Braves are playing about as well as Johnny. Oh, this is for Uncle Elmer. By the way, Uncle Elmer, the Braves are in 9th place. They have lost 7 of the last 8 ball games. Bragan has just signed another or they have given him a contract for 1965. Nobody on the Braves but Joe Torre is batting over 300. At the last count, Matthews was batting about 216, and the Braves are absolutely Pepto-Dismal, and I don't think they're going anywhere this year. Pause. Now.
I haven't got it, Bob. I can't get it.
Whoops. Gracie cannot get the paw.
Okay, it's on, Bob.
Okay, I've been responsible pretty much for the junk mail, so to speak, and now the more serious and the better things that have happened during the week, or a better account of what has happened during the week. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Evie and Joel. So we'll have a slight pause while I hand the microphone over to them.
Okay, you're on.
Well, as you know, things took a little turn last week. I went to Notre Dame on the 12th for my 20th reunion. When I got down there, everybody looked so much older than I did. But after I was there for a while, we all realized it was 20 years since we graduated from Notre Dame. Phil Brame and Jim Farron and I drove down on Friday, and then Saturday, about noon, or 1 o'clock really, someone came out on the golf course and told me that I better go home. I had to go home because Patrick was flying down to pick me up because Daddy took a turn for the worse. It was easy getting home, only an hour and 20 minutes, while it took us 5.5 hours to drive down. Phil brought my car back, and I was back in the early afternoon, and that afternoon Daddy was anointed. And all last week, it was a slow process of dying. He knew he was. He never said it to me, but he talked about it to Mary Ellen and to Eveline. Everything was in real fine order, and this is my third experience watching someone die, and it was very consoling to see such a gradual and peaceful end. Things went real well. Mother was amazingly fine. Mary Ellen and I had decisions formed in our minds, but before we could even present them to Mother, she voiced practically the same decision. So you can see that she's recuperated very
the Irishness comes out now and then. And of course, we wanted Daddy to come home, and so did Mother. So he was brought home Monday afternoon, and his funeral was on Tuesday morning. Oh, for many years, he's talked about that the Schmidts were always going to sing at his funeral, just sort of jokingly, and then basically quite seriously too, I believe. And they did. They said if they had any engagements, they would have canceled them. It was a beautiful service. Many of the non-Catholic people there, including some of my relatives, commented to me afterwards how beautiful it was. It was very simple and yet very dignified. Father Bob read some psalms and some of the prayers, which are usually read in Latin, rather than giving a sermon, and everything went very well. There were a lot of people who came to church. I didn't notice too many of them, except that I knew that there were quite a few people there. Like Evie said, we can be most thankful for all the help that was given to us by all of the family. I am so happy to be a part of that family and really appreciated everything that was done. In the afternoon, again the Irish came out, and we went back to the cemetery for Daddy's burial, and for that, Mother came too. It was much better to do it that way because she would have felt pretty much alone being left at home with just her nurse. She didn't go to the Mass, but it was her own decision, and it solved lots of possible complications that would have been if she had decided she wanted to go. But she made her own decision and told us before we even had to try to talk her out of going. Excuse me. Going back a little bit, Doctor told my father that he could go home about 3 weeks ago. But for some reason or other, he didn't want to go home. And as things made the turn on the 12th of June, Dr. Colleen thought afterwards that perhaps Daddy might have had a premonition of all this coming on. Getting back to Mother, she went home 3 weeks ago, and at first was confined upstairs until this fancy chairlift was installed a week ago. Well, I shouldn't even say a week ago, just last Friday. It's really quite a deal. You press a button and you start going, say, for example, down the stairs, and then you're halfway down and you decide you've forgotten something. You press another lever and you can go back up. The nurse said, "Oh, what a wonderful deal to send up a pitcher of martinis." And I said, not for that household, though. But it would be a good deal for some other households, I imagine. Everyone has been so tremendous and helpful and consoling. It's a real wonderful feeling to know how many friends one really has, and they really come forth at a time like this. Huff is right now trying to give me another beer. You see, after the last, when the tape ended on the other side, we were out of cigarettes. We were just about out of beer. So we took a little dash over to Lorelai's. It's now about 11:30, quarter to 12. Perhaps we sound tired, like Mother, you did in Oslo. But it's such a gorgeous night. The moon now that was coming up over an oak tree about an hour ago, now is just about up beyond the top of the porch. And it's in shining, now it is shining through a real oak tree. The other tree, I didn't know what it was. You know,
Pole, Joe. Just stripped. Might have been an oak tree.
Gracie says it was a stripped telephone pole. I don't know.
We have no morals at all, you know.
You heard Huff from that comment? Well, anyway, it's a gorgeous night. The nicest one we've had all summer, even though everything is drying out pretty much. Our sprinklers are put on at home this afternoon, and we left at 6:30, and they're still in the same place. So we'll probably have a little swamp, but that'll be a good soaking, and perhaps we'll keep our yard green until Ellie cuts out the water supply, as well as they've cut out from the vote the high school, probably.
Yeah, by the way,
Just a little pause now.
This is Gracie speaking again. I don't remember from the beginning of this tape we mentioned that we hope to go to all the families and sort of get a message from Mama, Papa, and all the children. That was the thought, at least, when Evelyn purchased this tape. As it stands now, and with Doctor leaving tomorrow, we are kind of hoping to get the tape to him, and the week has been busy, and I haven't been able to get to all the various homes to have this recording made with all the children. Now, tomorrow I will call all the other daughters and daughters-in-law and see if they can come to my house, perhaps, and say a few words. So if this tape suddenly stops, I want you to understand it's that they weren't able to get here on perhaps such short notice. But it wouldn't indicate a lack of interest. It's perhaps just the short notice that I've been able to give them, because tomorrow being Friday and the last day Doctor will be in town, really. We want to get this off to him. You have just heard from Joe shortly before my talk, and I did want to tell you that, tired as he is, he's looking forward to a weekend on the EuropeTour, or have you learned to call it EuropeTour now, Daddy? On the weekend of the 10th, 11th, and 12th of July, Evelyn and Joe and Hoff and I are going on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And we will board, as we said, on Friday, and hope early enough, at least, to make Ephraim that day and stay until Sunday and return, of course, to Sturgeon Bay. Leslie Kelly is going to babysit. She's now 17 and pretty well can take over with the 4 children. Then the only other plans, at least that Bob and I have for long-term sailing, are on the first week of August, right after summer school ends. We have Leslie is going to take care of the 2 youngest children, and Bob and I are planning to go on the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of August, the first Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of August. You may be home before we are. We don't know. But at this point, those are our plans for summer sailing, and perhaps an occasional afternoon and early evening of fun just out through the channel and into the bay. But from all the reports, Evie has seen the boat and said it's in real good condition. They've painted it. Both sides, I understand, this time. And the water line, as Joe said, is on. It really doesn't mean much because the water's so low. What's a water line mean these days? I don't know. And I understand rowing the dinghy to the dock is a joke. There is no such thing as rowing your dinghy to the dock. We need Mother's waders with us. Now, Mother's really going to have to come along and take the dinghy the rest of the way because there's no way to get it to shore. You have to have someone walk and bring it to shore because there is no way to really dock the dinghy anymore, the way the water is so low. Unless perhaps by real summertime, which is July and August up there, they may have improved the situation, but as it stands now, they are even docking the dinghy on the opposite side of the main dock at Snug Harbor. Now, all this may sound kind of unimportant at this point, but these are all the little odds and ends of news that we have to send. The only other news is that the girls, of course, as you may remember, are going to camp starting the 19th of July, which really isn't too far away from now, and they are both looking forward to it very much. Mary Beth is going too, and they had planned to go with Nancy Dockery, as you knew, but of course she has had rheumatic fever for about 2.5 months, and she will not be able to go to camp this year, but she's doing real well at this point.
Okay.
This is Evelyn again. I'm going to attempt to bring you up to date on the numerous people who have asked about your trip and inquired about what you're doing. I don't think a day passes that I leave our house and encounter someone that they don't inquire about you and rejoice at all the good news that we're receiving from you. The most recent one was Fred Lear the other day, and he wondered where you were and beamed when I said that I expected about that particular moment you were in the fjord country of Norway. Another person that I saw during the past week was Thelma Ford. She said to tell them to hurry home, but then she didn't know what you should come home for. But she was just delighted that you were having a good time, and that has been the reaction of all of your friends. Pause. Well, we're all sitting here now. It must be almost midnight. Gracie's reminded me that it's past, and I know Office has to get up and teach tomorrow. So I think we'll sign off. I think we've pretty well covered the current family activities. Everybody else will say goodnight, and in the event that nothing follows this on the tape, it'll mean that others were not able to get over here to record before we deposit this with Dr. McCarey. I might add that I know he's really looking forward to a jolly trip through Ireland with you, and we hope you all have a marvelous time. You know, have a little Irish mist and a little Irish Bushmills and a little of that Guinness Stout somewhere along the line, and you ought to have a good party. Good night.
Joe? Say good night.
Good night, everybody. It's been nice visiting. We'll see you in another month.
Grace Murray?
Oh no, just let me alone.
Grace Murray has had it. I think she's done. She's in. And I think that the Gaelic, term for good night is Oich Avar. I'm not sure about that. It's been 16 years since I learned a little Gaelic, but if it's the correct phrase, then we'll say Oich Avar for tonight.
And after all, Mother, you've been saying it's so good to hear a little English now and then. At least from your letters and tapes, I've gathered you have been listening into something you've never been able to understand. Eavesdropping on nothing you could hear or understand. So, yeah, Bob says you can't understand this either. But really, I can't get fancy. I'll just say good night and goodbye. And if you have no other relatives to hear from between now and the end of the tape, it's farewell from the whole family. And if not, I'll put the P.S. on a little later.
What is the date? This is Mary Jane talking, and I've just been told that today is the 26th day of June, and I will probably have some background music to my recording as Margaret is playing the piano in Karen's bedroom. Margie and I have come over here this morning in an attempt to send our greetings to you and perhaps to fill you in a little bit on local news. Gracie tells me that she and Evie have already spoken to you and filled you in on relatives' doings, plus the latest happenings in Joe's family. So I will attempt at this time to familiarize you with some of the events in De Pere. Concerning our immediate neighborhood, as I mentioned in a letter to you, the Henry Rauchs have sold their home and bought Joanne's. And John and I are very pleased that their home was purchased by Barbara and Tom Kittinger, who are friends of ours. They will be moving about the 1st of September, so it will be nice to have added companionship both for ourselves and for our children. Immediately next door, the news concerning Mrs. Kenneth Jones is that she shot the first hole-in-one at Mystery Hills Golf Course a week or so ago, and had planned at that time to quit playing because she was having such a lousy day, having achieved about an average of 14 strokes per hole. Needless to say, she has been the center of attraction in the sports page and, of course, in the neighborhood, and has accepted all congratulations with great modesty, period. Also, concerning the golf course, which you might gather from my reference to it, I have frequented at least once a week. Mr. McAllister tells me that Mary DeGrief is on the prowl again and has initiated a lawsuit against them concerning the right-of-way, and her latest activities have been to solicit petitioners to sign for a ban on the liquor license that the McAllisters have applied for. So you can see that in your absence, Mary has not been silent. I had to make a little pause here as Margaret has decided that she's going to come and help me. And if possible, we may even get her to say a word or two. Her vocabulary at the present time consists of about 10 words. I did have it on, so I'm all set there. I would just add one little bit of news to let you know that John and I have been busy. As usual, our grass is coming up in the backyard, and our sandbox is completed, and we've sodded in a part of the grass next to the garage that adjoins Jones's yard, and that's coming along very well. Also, we have taken that chest that I got at the Good Shepherd home last year and antiqued it for the front hall in a shade of blue that matches the wallpaper. And I was also able to acquire an attractive picture frame that is now housing a mirror. And together the two are quite charming. As we are in a bit of a rush this morning, Margie has to get back home before the boys return from swimming. We'll turn our recording now over to her to let her fill you in on news of the Gilling. This is Margie now. I'm going to let you talk to Barney first. He wants to tell you about his kindergarten graduation. Hi, Grandma and Grandpa. I'll hold it.
Okay. Hi, Grandma and Grandpa. Can you hear me?
Yeah, they can hear you, but they can't talk back.
Why
Now
not?
tell them what you're doing this summer.
We're gonna be doing some swimming lessons
In the big pool, say.
in the big pool.
And you graduated from kindergarten with a regular cap and gown ceremony, didn't you? That was a lot of fun.
We graduated from kindergarten.
Mm-hmm.
Once we went in the 4.5.
Foot in the pool.
Yeah.
Over
in
your
the big
head.
pool.
Yes, that's fine. This is Margie again. All the children are busy and brown and spending half the day at the pool. I've been spending half my time refinishing that lovely cherry chest that I wrote you about. It's all finished with new hardware, and it's just lovely. And other than that, I've been doing some sewing and keeping the household running. That's about all my summer has held so far. It's been very warm, and we're anxious for a little cooler weather. We spent some time at the cottage, and we'll be going out there at the end of August.
Can I talk to her again?
Now, Mary Beth wants to tell you a little bit of what she's doing this summer. Say hi, Grandma. This is Mary Beth.
Hi, Grandma. This is
Mary Beth.
Hi, Grandma. This is Mary Beth.
Talk a little louder.
Grandma, two girls of the I are having a play, and it's Snow White. Several of the kids in the neighborhood are going to be in it. I don't know what to say. Grandma, I'm taking swimming lessons 3 days a week.
You're helping me a lot with Barbara.
I'm helping Mom a lot with Barbara, and I feel stupid doing this too.
No, that's all right. Now tell her that Barbara knows how to sing on top of Old Smoky.
She knows that. Barbara knows how to sing on top of Old Smoky. Yeah, she knows how to rock. Kristen and I are going to camp pretty soon. At Catholic Girls Camp.
We're going to try to go riding real often.
We're going to try to go riding real often. I'm just going to say I hope you have a nice trip. I hope you have a nice time and trip.
Okay, this is Barney again.
This is Barney. Grandma, you know what? Chris and Johnny are going to have a cookout at camp.
Next week they're going.
Next week they're going, and all the parents are invited. You can hear what we say.
This is Margie again. We're going to have to run because our two older boys are at swimming lessons now and have to go home and get their lunch ready.
Okay, let's go.
We wish we had a little scotch like Elmer did to get this into a little more laughable form, but Grace Mary didn't provide at 11 in the morning. We all miss you a lot, and we're anxiously waiting your arrival home. We hope you have a wonderful trip through England and Ireland and a wonderful trip home. And start talking. Hurry up.
This is Ingrid talking. How come they're not talking?
No, you just keep talking. They're listening. Tell them about the zoo or about Milwaukee. Yeah.
This is Ingrid Hoffman.
How much did Milwaukee? Hurry up.
This is Karen.
It's Karen.
What animal?
Hi, Grandpa.
Hi, Grandpa.
Hi, Grandma.
Hi, Grandma.
Now, tell them what you saw at the zoo.
I saw at the
What
zoo
did you see?
Elephants,
elephants,
giraffe,
a giraffe, gorilla,
Oh, rhinoceros?
rhinoceros.
Was it fun?
It was so fun.
Did you take a ride on anything?
I take one ride on this thing.
What?
what?
What did you ride on? What did you ride on? What did you ride on at the zoo?
On a tree.
Oh, say goodbye.
Goodbye. This is Kristen talking. Today on June 26th, we went to Legion because it was 94. When we were there, we had lots of fun. We were playing, and we had lots of fun. I saw lots of my friends there, too. Goodbye.
This is Gretchen speaking. Well, I don't know what Grandpa did on his birthday, but on my birthday I had a lot of fun. Grandma Hoffman was here and she gave me $5. Mom and Dad gave me a pair of jeans, a St. Norbert's sweatshirt, and an outfit. It's a red checked blouse with a and a culotte, And next month or the month after, Daddy and Uncle Joe and I are going to go down to the Milwaukee Braves game. And because of the confusion with Grandpa Neufeld, I couldn't have Aunt Debbie and Uncle Joe over for my birthday. I was going to have pizza and pop and some kind of strawberry mold. So what day did I go? And so Wednesday, our family went over to Aunt Debbie and Uncle Joe's for a cocktail party, and they gave me a new bike. And it's real neat. It's a 26-inch bike. It's got chrome fenders. It's got a light and a carrier thing, and it's got a blue and white seat.
Go ahead.
This is Ingrid. I want to say that we had a very good time at Milwaukee.
Did you do something different in the store there? What did you ride on?
We rode it on a train and saw the lions and
At
tigers.
the zoo? What did you do in the store? Was there something funny in the store?
We rode it on some escalators
That's right.
in Milwaukee.
And how did you keep cool today?
We ran through the sprinkler
Today.
today.
Oh, yes. This is Gracie speaking, and we're running out of tape, but before we wind it up, we'll have a closing number by Kristen Hoffman. She was planning to play this on Aunt Evie's big piano, and as a result, she's playing it on the toy one at home. You're not going to hear quite all the notes, but we want you to know that she's advanced to this Dvorak's New World Symphony. Kristen? Starting over.
Very good. We're ready to move on to the malted milks in the back porch because it's unbearably hot today. This tape will be arriving at Dr. McCarey's tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning, and when he gets it to you, I imagine it'll be in about a week. So we'll send it with our best wishes from the entire clan. Hope this finds you well and still enjoying your trip. I'm sure you are, and we're all looking forward to seeing you again in a couple of weeks. So take good care of yourself.
Sorry, Nancy.
Sorry Nancy couldn't get here, and her children, but they're all fine. It was one of those days when I guess it was pretty tough getting anywhere without melting. So, want to say goodbye, Karen?
Goodbye.
Okay.
Anybody else got a
Everybody say
goodbye?
goodbye.
Goodbye from Ingrid.
Say goodbye.
This is This is Ingrid. Goodbye.
This is Kristen saying goodbye. Goodbye.
Who's that?
Gretchen.
When I play Karen, play Karen, play piano.
That's the end.
Everybody read that.
And that-